Section 1 of Anthropology. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Larry Wilson. Anthropology, Book 1 by Immanuel Kant. Translated by Adolf Ernst Kroger. Part First. Anthropological Didactic. Concerning the manner in which to recognize the internal as well as the external of man. Book First. Concerning the faculty of cognition. 1. Concerning self-consciousness. The fact that man can entertain the conception of his ego lifts him infinitely above all the other beings on earth. It is this that constitutes him as a person, and by virtue of the unity of consciousness amongst all the changes that may happen to him, one and the same person, that is, a being quite distinct by rank and dignity from things, such as irrational animals are, with whom we can do as we please, and this even when he cannot yet speak of his I, since he at least thinks it, and as all languages must think it, when speaking in the first person, even though they have not a special word for it. For this faculty of thinking is the understanding. But it is noticeable that the child, even after it can speak tolerably readily, does not speak as till some time later, perhaps a year afterward, and until then speaks of itself only in the third person. Charlie wants to eat, to go, etc., and that a light seems to have dawned upon it when it begins to speak of itself as I, from which day on it never returns to its former manner of speaking. Before that time it merely felt itself. Now it thinks itself. It might be a pretty hard task for the anthropologist to explain this phenomenon. The observation that a child for the first quarter after its birth neither smiles nor weeps seems also to rest upon the development of certain notions of insult and wrongdoing that are suggestive of reason. The fact that in this period it begins to follow with its eyes glittering objects held up before its face is the rude beginning of the progress of perceptions, apprehension of the representation of sensations, in order to widen them out to a knowledge of the objects of our senses, that is, of experience. The further fact that now, when it attempts to speak, its butchery of words makes it lovable in sight of its mother and nurse, and makes them inclined to fondle and kiss it continually, nay, to pamper it into a little commander-in-chief by fulfilling every one of its wishes and desires. This amiability of the little creature, in the period of its development into humanity, must probably be placed to account of its innocence, and the frankness of all its still defective utterances, wherein there is as yet not the least trace of evil, but may also be ascribed on the other hand to the natural inclination of nurses to confer benefits upon a creature which in an endearing way gives itself up entirely to the arbitrariness of another, since in this way a playtime, the happiest time of all, is given to the child, while the instructor, by becoming also a child, as it were, enjoys the same delight once again. But the remembrance of childish years does not reach back by far to that time, since it is not the time of experiences, but merely of scattered perceptions that have not yet been united in the conception of the object. 2. Concerning egotism. From the day when a man begins to speak as I, he brings his beloved self in front whenever there is the least chance, and his egotism progresses steadily in order that he may, if not openly, for then the egotism of others comes to oppose him, at least covertly and with seeming self-denial and pretended modesty, place a preeminent value on himself in the judgment of others. Egotism can contain three presumptions: that of the understanding, that of taste, and that of practical interest. That is, it may be of a logical, aesthetical, or practical nature. The logical egotist considers it unnecessary to test his judgment by that of other people, just as if he stood not at all in need of this touchstone, criterium veritatis externum. But it is so certain that we cannot dispense with this means to assure ourselves of the truth of our judgment, that it is probably the most weighty reason why the world of learned men clamor so loudly for freedom of the press, since if that were taken away from us, we should lose an important means for ascertaining the correctness of our own judgment. Let it not be objected that at least the science of mathematics is privileged to decide by its own plenary authority, for if the perceived general agreement of the judgment of the mathematician with that of all others who are devoted to that science with talent and industry had not gone before, mathematics would surely not have been exempted from the fear of falling into error somewhere. Why, there are even cases where we do not trust the judgment of our own senses alone. For instance, whether a ringing of bells is merely a sound in our ears of actual bells, and when we consider it necessary to ask others whether they experience the same thing. And although in philosophizing we may probably not appeal to the judgment of others in confirmation of our own, as the lawyers appeal to the judgment of other eminent legal authorities, still every author would be suspected of being in error in his publicly expressed opinions, however important they might be, if he found no followers. Hence it is always a feat of daring to thrust an assertion opposed to general opinion, even that of the intelligent, upon the public. This appearance of egotism is called paradoxy. It is not boldness to dare something at the risk of its being untrue, but only at the risk of its finding few believers. A liking for the paradoxical is, to be sure, a logical stubbornness not to be the imitator of others, but to appear as an unusual person, in place of which, however, such a one only appears odd. But since every one must, after all, have and maintain his own way, si omnes patre sic at ego non sic, Abelard, the reproach of being paradoxical, unless it is based on mere vanity to appear different from others, is of no very serious significance. Opposed to the paradoxical is the everyday man, who has common opinion on his side, but he affords no more security, since with him everything drops asleep, whereas the paradoxical man awakens the mind to attend and investigate, thereby often leading to discoveries. An aesthetical egotist is one whose own taste suffices him. Let others ever so much criticize, sneer at, or even ridicule his verses, paintings, music, etc. He deprives himself of the chance of progress when he isolates himself with his own judgment, clasps applause to his own works, and seeks the touchstone of the beautiful in art only in himself. Finally, a moral egotist is one who limits all purposes to himself, sees no use in anything that does not bring him advantage, or perhaps, if an endomonist, makes only his own advantage and happiness, but not the conception of duty, the primary determining ground of his will. For since every man forms a different conception of what he considers happiness, it is precisely egotism which reaches a point where no true touchstone of the genuine conception of duty is to be had, since such a conception must be a universally valid principle. Hence all eudaimonists are practical egotists. To egotism we may oppose pluralism, that is, the habit of considering oneself as not embracing the whole world in one's own soul, but as being a mere citizen of the world and acting as such. This much belongs to anthropology. For, so far as this distinction is concerned with regard to metaphysical conceptions, it lies utterly beyond the sphere of the science here to be treated. If, for instance, the question were merely whether I, as a thinking being, have cause to assume outside of my own existence the existence of a totality of other beings in communication with me, a totality called world, the question is not anthropological, but merely metaphysical. Remark concerning the formalities of egotistical language. The language of the chief authority of a state to the people is in our times generally pluralistic. We, X, by the grace of God, etc. The question is whether the meaning is not rather egotistic, that is, indicative of the monarch's own absolute power, which the King of Spain expresses by his Yo el Rey, I the King. It seems, however, after all, as if that formality of the highest authority was originally intended to signify a lowering, we, the King and his council, or the legislature. But how did it happen that the conversational address, which was expressed in the old classic languages by thou, hence Unitarian, is expressed by various, chiefly Germanic, nations, pluralistic you? To which the Germans have added two more expressions, indicating a greater deference towards the person addressed, and sie, he and they, as if they were not addressing the person at all, but speaking of some absent people, either of one or many, which has finally been followed to complete the absurdity by the pretended humiliation of the speaker to the abstract notion of the quality of the rank of the person addressed, your honor, your high and noble grace, etc., instead of to the person himself. All of which has probably been the result of the feudal system, according to which great care was taken that from the royal dignity downward through all grades, until where the very dignity of man stopped and only the man remained, that is, to the class of serfs who alone were addressed thou by their superiors, or to the children who are as yet without a will, the proper grade of esteem due to the superior should never be lacking. End of section 1. Section 2 of Anthropology. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Larry Wilson. Anthropology, Book 1, by Immanuel Kant, translated by Adolf Ernst Kroger. 3. Concerning the voluntary consciousness of our representations. The endeavor to become conscious of our representations is either an act of attention or of abstraction, and the latter is not merely an abstaining from attending or neglecting to attend, for that would be distraction, but a real act of our cognizing faculty, a representation of which I am conscious that I keep it removed and apart from other representations in my consciousness. Hence we do not say, to abstract something, to keep something apart, but to abstract from something, that is, from some determination of an object of my representation, whereby it receives the general character of a conception, and can thus be taken hold of by the understanding. To be able to abstract from a representation, even when it impresses itself upon us through the senses, is a far higher faculty than to pay attention. For to have the condition of our representations under our control, animus sui compos, shows freedom of the thinking faculty, and proves the self-rule of our mind. The power of abstraction is therefore in this regard much more difficult, and almost more important, than the power of attention where sensuous representations are concerned. Many men are unhappy because they cannot abstract. The wooer might contract a good marriage if he could only overlook a wart in the face of his sweetheart, or a missing tooth in her mouth. But it is a particularly naughty feature of our power of attention to fasten itself, even involuntarily, upon the very defects of others, to direct one's eye upon a missing button on the coat right opposite to one's eye, or upon that missing tooth, or upon an habitual defect of speech, and thus to confuse the other person, while at the same time, to be sure, spoiling one's own conversational amusement. If the main points are good, It is not only fair, but also prudent to overlook the bad points of other people, and even those of our own circumstances. But this faculty of abstraction is a power of the mind which can be acquired only by practice. 4. Concerning self-observation. To remark anima divertere is not quite to observare oneself. The latter is a methodical gathering together of the observations that furnish the material for the diary of self-observator, and are likely to lead to fantastic eccentricity and to insanity. Self-attention in our intercourse with others is unquestionably necessary, but it must not be observable, for in that case it either embarrasses or makes affected. The opposite of both is unconstrainedness, an air dégagé, a self-confidence, that others will not judge badly of one's behavior. A man who acts as if he were standing before a looking-glass, and noticing whether his manners became him or not, or who speaks as if he only, and not others, were listening to himself, is a sort of actor. He wants to represent, and hence artificially produce a semblance of his person, and hereby, if his intention is perceived, loses in the opinion of others, because he is suspected of attempting to deceive. Frankness of manner in outward appearance, which does not occasion any such suspicion, is called natural behavior, though it does not on that account exclude all fine art and taste, and pleases by the mere truthfulness of its expression. But when open-heartedness is evidently the result of simplicity, that is, of the absence of all habitual dissimulation, it is called naiveness. This frank manner of expression in a girl already approaching puberty, or in a countryman ignorant of city manners, produces by its innocence and simplicity, that is, by ignorance of the art of dissembling, a cheerful laughter on the part of those who are already versed and practised in the art. It is not a laughter of contempt, for in our heart we honor purity and sincerity, but a good-natured, kind laughter at the inexperience in the evil, although founded in our corrupt human nature, art of dissembling, which, however, we ought rather to sigh over than laugh at, when we compare it with the idea of a still uncorrupted nature. Footnote, in regard to which one might parody the well-known verse of Persius as follows: Natura videant ingemiscantque relicto. End of footnote. It is a momentary cheerfulness, as of a cloudy sky, which suddenly opens at one spot to let the sunbeam pass through, but straightway closes again in order not to hurt the tender mole's eye of egotism. But so far as the real purpose of this paragraph is concerned, namely the above warning not to indulge at all in spying out, and to trace, as it were, a studied internal history of the involuntary course of our thoughts and feelings, that warning is given because such an indulgence is the straight road towards mental confusion concerning pretended higher inspirations and forces that influence us, who knows from whence, without our cooperation, and towards illuminism or terrorism. For without perceiving it, we thus make supposed discoveries of ideas which we have ourselves put into our head, just as has happened to a Bourguignon with flattering, and to Pascal with terrifying ideas. Even such an otherwise excellent mind as Albrecht Haller fell into this condition, and in the course of a long conducted, often also interrupted diarium of the state of his soul, got finally so far that he asked a celebrated theologian, his former academic colleague, Dr. Less, whether he might not find comfort for his anxious soul in the extensive treasure of Dr. Less's theological knowledge. To observe the various acts of the power of representation in myself, when I myself call them forth, is well worth the study, and is especially necessary and useful for logic and metaphysics. But to try to watch them as they also enter the mind uncalled, which is done through the play of the unintentionally fancying imagination, is a reversion of the natural order in our faculty of cognition, because the principles of thinking do not then precede, as they ought to, but follow those notions, and is either already a disease of the mind, notionalness, or leads to it, and to the lunatic asylum. Anyone who has much to say about his inner experiences, about grace or temptation, etc., may as well land in Antikyra beforehand when entering upon his voyage of discovery of his own self. For it is not with those inner as with our external experiences of objects of space, wherein objects appear by the side of each other and as permanently fixed. The inner sense sees the relations of its determinations only in time, and hence as flowing, and in that case no permanence of observation takes place, which nevertheless is essential for experience. Footnote: when we represent to ourselves consciously the internal act, spontaneity, through which a conception or a thought becomes possible, and the reflection of them, that is, the receptivity, whereby a perception or empirical intuition becomes possible, then our self-consciousness can be divided into a consciousness of reflection and of apprehension. The former is a consciousness of the understanding, the latter is the inner sense. The former is the pure, the latter the empirical apperception, for which reason the former is falsely called the inner sense. In psychology, we investigate ourselves according to the representations of our inner sense, but in logic we investigate ourselves according to the requirements of our intellectual consciousness. Now here the ego seems to us to be double, which would be contradictory. It appears to us firstly as the ego as the subject of thinking, in logic, which signifies pure apperception; the merely reflecting ego, of which nothing further can be said, but which is merely a simple idea; and secondly, as the ego as the object of perception, and hence of the inner sense, which involves a manifoldness of determinations that render possible an inner experience. The question whether, in consideration of the various inner conditions of his mind, his memory, or his adopted principles, man can still say, although conscious of those things, that he is one and the same individual in regard to his soul, is an absurd question, since he can become conscious of those changes only by representing himself as one and the same subject in those various conditions. And since the ego of man, although dual, to be sure, in regard to its form, the manner of its representation, is not so in regard to its matter, or its content. 5. Concerning the representations which we have without being conscious of them. To have representations, and yet not to be conscious of them, seems to involve a contradiction. For how can we know that we have them if we are not conscious of them? This objection was raised already by Locke, who on that account rejected the existence of such sort of representations. But then we may be mediately conscious of having a representation without being immediately conscious of it. Such representations are then called dim, the other things clear; and if their clearness extends even to the representations of parts and their connections, distinct or perspicuous, representations whether of thinking or of contemplation. For instance, if on a meadow I am conscious of seeing a person, although I am not conscious of seeing his nose, eyes, mouth, etc., I in point of fact merely conclude that thing is a man. Since if I were to deny that I had the representation of the whole in my mind, because I was not conscious of beholding those parts of the head and other parts of the person, I could also not say that I beheld a man, since the whole representation of the head or the man is composed of those parts. It may fill us with admiration of our own nature that the field of those sensuous perceptions and feelings in us of which we are not conscious, although we can unquestionably conclude that we have them, that is, of the dim representations in the mind of man, and equally so in that of animals, should be unmeasurable, whilst on the contrary our clear representations have only very few points open to consciousness, and that hence the great chart of our mind, as it were, should have only very few illuminated points. For a higher power might only say, "Let there be light," and without any other assistance, as for instance that of a thoroughly read man with all his knowledge, half a world would lie open to our view. Whatever the eye discovers through the telescope, the moon for instance, or through the microscope, say in the infusoria, is seen by our naked eye. For those optical aids do not bring more rays, and hence pictures created by them, into our eye than would have imaged themselves upon our retina without those artificial helps, but they merely expand them further in order to bring them into our consciousness. The same can be said of the feelings of our sense of hearing. When a musician, for instance, plays with 10 fingers and 2 feet a fantasia upon an organ, mayhap even speaking with another person at the same time, and when thus in a moment a number of perceptions are awakened in the soul, each of which moreover requires a special judgment upon its appropriateness in its selection, since a single inharmonious stroke of the finger would be immediately perceived as a discord, whilst after all the whole turns out so that the impromptu playing musician wishes often that many a happily executed fantasia of his, which he does not expect ever to be able to write down as good, had been preserved in notes. Thus the field of dim representations is the largest in man. But since they show us man only in his passive condition, as a play of his feelings, the theory of them belongs rather to physiological than to pragmatical anthropology, with which alone we have to do here. Footnote: Physiological anthropology investigates what nature makes out of man. Pragmatical anthropology deals with what man, as a free being, makes out of himself. End of footnote. For we often play with dim representations, and feel an interest in placing favorite or disagreeable objects in a shade before our imagination, but still more frequently we are ourselves a play of dim representations, and our understanding is powerless to save itself from the absurdities in which their influence places it, although it will recognize them as deceptions. This is the case, for instance, with sexual love, in so far as it intends not so much the love as the enjoyment of its object. How much wit has been wasted forever and a day to throw a thin veil over what is certainly liked, but still puts man in the light of such close relationship with the lower animals that it excites shame, and requires language in fine society not to speak openly, though sufficiently transparent to excite a smile. Imagination likes to walk in the dark here, and it always requires more than common art to avoid cynicism, and yet not to lapse into a ridiculous purism. On the other hand, however, we are often enough the play of dim representations that will not vanish even though the understanding illuminates them. It is often an important matter for a dying person to order his grave to be dug in his garden, or under a shady tree in the field, or in dry ground, although in the former case he has no beautiful prospect to hope for, and in the latter not the least cause to fear catching a cold from dampness. The proverb, "The dress makes the man," applies also in a certain degree to intelligent people. It is true that the Russian proverb says, "We receive a guest according to his dress, but accompany him when he leaves according to his intelligence." But intelligence can, after all, not prevent the vague impression of a certain importance which surrounds a well-dressed person, and can at the uttermost correct a previous judgment. Studied darkness is often used, even with the success desired, in order to pass current for profundity and thoroughness, just as objects seen in the dark or through a fog are always seen larger than they are.
Footnote: Whereas in the light of day that which is brighter than surrounding objects seems also to be larger. White stockings, for instance, make the ankles appear larger than black ones. A fire in the night on a high mountain appears to be larger than it is when you measure it. Perhaps this may also explain the apparent size of the moon, and also the apparently greater distance of stars from each other close to the horizon. For in both cases shining objects that are seen through a more dimmed strata of air close to the horizon appear to be high in the sky, and that which is dark is also judged to be smaller by the surrounding light. Hence, in target shooting, a black target with a white circle in the midst would be more favorable to hitting the mark than the reverse. End footnote.
The Skotosan, make it dark, is the motto of all mystics, in order to allure treasure seekers of wisdom by artificial darkness. As a general rule, however, a certain degree of the mysterious in writings is not unwelcome to the reader, because it makes him feel his own sharp-sightedness to solve the dark into clear conceptions. End of section 2.
Section 3 of Anthropology. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Anthropology, Book 1 by Immanuel Kant, translated by Adolf Ernst Kroger. Section 3. 6. Concerning the perspicuity and obscurity in the consciousness of our representations. The consciousness of our representations, which suffices to distinguish one object from another, is called clearness. But that whereby even the composition of our representations is made clear is called perspicuity. The latter alone changes the sum of representations into a knowledge, in which, since every conscious composition presupposes its unity, and hence a rule for it, order is assigned in thought to the manifold of that knowledge. A clear representation of perception we must not oppose by a confused perception, perceptio confusa, but simply by the obscure. That which is confused must be composed, for in the simple there is neither order nor confusion. The latter is therefore the cause, but not the definition, of obscurity. In all complex representations, perceptions complexes, such as every knowledge is, since every knowledge requires contemplation and conception, perspicuity depends always upon the order according to which the partial representations are composed, which then induce, when merely concerning the form, a simple logical division into primary and secondary perceptions, or a real division into principal and adherent perceptions, by means of which order the knowledge becomes perspicuous. Every one will see that if the faculty of cognition in general, or knowledge, is called understanding, in the most general acceptation of the word, this understanding must involve the faculty of gathering up given perceptions or representations, attentio, in order to produce the faculty of abstracting from that which is common to many, and the faculty of conception, but must also involve the faculty of reflecting, in order to produce a knowledge of the object. Whoever possesses these faculties in a preeminent degree is called a great mind, and he to whom they are allotted very limitedly is called a mere stick, since he is always carried by another. But he who is gifted, moreover, with originality in their use, by virtue of which he produces out of himself what must generally be learned under the tuition of others, is called a genius. The man who has learned nothing of that which must be taught in order to be known is called an ignoramus, if he ought to have known it, and if he lays claim to be a scholar. For if he does not claim that, he may nevertheless be a great genius. A man who cannot think for himself, though capable of learning much, is called narrow-minded. A man may be a vast scholar, a machine for instructing others, and yet be narrow-minded in regard to the rational use of his historical knowledge. A man whose use of what he has learned betrays the fetters of the school, and hence lack of freedom in self-thinking when he communicates it to others, is called a pedant, whether he be a scholar, soldier, or even a courtier. Amongst these the learned pedant is, after all, the most sufferable, since we can at least learn something from him, whereas the painful formalities, pedantry, of the courtier are not only useless, but moreover ridiculous, on account of the pride which inevitably attaches to the pedant, since it is the pride of an ignoramus. But the art, or rather the cleverness of speaking in a conversational tone, and generally of appearing in fashion, which art is falsely called popularity, and chiefly when referring to science, whereas it ought to be called trimmed-up shallowness, covers many a defect of a narrow-minded man. Only children, however, allow themselves to be led astray by it. "Thy drum," said Addison's Quaker to the officer sitting at his side in the coach, "is an emblem of thyself. It sounds because it is empty." To judge men according to their faculty of cognition, or their understanding in general, we divide them into those men to whom we must admit common sense, sensus communis, though it must not be common, sensus vulgaris, and into men of science. The former are conversant with rules in application, in concreto; the latter with the rules by themselves, and in advance of their application, in abstracto. We call the kind of an understanding requisite for the former faculty of cognition sound common sense, bon sense, and that necessary for the other faculty a bright mind, ingenium perspicuum. It is remarkable that the former kind of men are generally looked upon, not only as not in need of culture, but as perhaps likely to suffer damage from culture, unless it is carried far enough. Hence they are lauded to the skies, and represented as mines wherein untold treasures are hid in the depths of the soul, and sometimes their utterances are passed over as oracles. Instance the Daemon of Socrates, and as more reliable than anything that studied science may bring upon the market. Nevertheless, this much is certain, that if the solution of a question rests on the general and inborn rules of the understanding, the possession of which is called mother wit, it is more unsafe to look around for studied and artificially elaborated principles, and to form one's resolutions according to them, than to risk the decision of the determining grounds of judgment, which rest in the obscurity of the soul, and which might be called the logical tact, wherein considerateness represents to itself the subject from various sides, and produces a current result, without being conscious of the acts that pass in the mind while doing so. But sound common sense can prove this its excellence only with reference to an object of experience, and show that it not only itself grows through experience, but that it also causes experience to grow, not from a speculative, but only from an empirical pragmatical view, however. For in speculative science we need scientific principles a priori, but in empirical sciences we may have experiences, that is, judgments, which can be continually proved by experiment and success. End of section 3. Section 4 of Anthropology. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Anthropology, Book 1 by Immanuel Kant, translated by Adolf Ernst Kroger, Section 4. 7. Concerning sensuousness as opposed to the understanding. In regard to the condition of my representations, my mind is either active and exhibits a faculty, facultas, or it is passive and consists in receptivity, receptivitas. A knowledge contains both, and the possibility to have such a knowledge is called the faculty of cognition, which it derives from the chief part of that faculty, to wit, the activity of the mind to connect or separate representations. Representations in regard to which the mind remains passive, and by which the subject is, therefore, affected, no matter whether it affects itself or is affected by an object, belong to the sensuous. But those which contain a mere doing, thinking, belong to the intellectual faculty of cognition. The former is also called the lower, and the latter the upper faculty of cognition. The former has the character of passivity of the inner sense of sensations, the latter that of spontaneity or apperception, namely, of pure consciousness of the act which constitutes the thinking, and which belongs to logic, a system of the rules of the understanding, as the former belongs to psychology, which includes all our internal perceptions under our natural laws, and is the basis of internal experience. Remarks. The object of the representation, which contains only the manner in which I am affected by it, and all experience or empirical cognition, internal as well as external, is a cognition only of the object as it appears to us, and not as it is considered by itself. For in that case it is not merely the quality of the object of the representation, but also that of the subject and its receptivity, which determines the kind of the sensuous contemplation that produces our conception of the object. The formal quality of this receptivity cannot be borrowed again now from the senses, but must be given a priori as a contemplation. That is to say, it must be a sensuous contemplation which remains, although all empirical elements involving sensations are abandoned. And this formal part of contemplation in internal contemplations is called time. But since experience is empirical cognition, and since cognition, based as it is upon judgment, requires reflection, and hence consciousness, that is, activity in putting together the manifold of a representation according to a rule of its unity, or in other words, requires conception and thinking as distinct from contemplation, consciousness in general must be divided into a discursive consciousness which must precede, because being logical it fixes the rule, and intuitive consciousness. The former, the pure apperception of our mental acts, is simple. The ego of the reflection involves no manifold, and is in all judgments always one and the same, because it contains merely this formal part of consciousness, whereas inner experience contains its material part, and a manifold of empirical inner contemplation, the ego of the apprehension. I, as a thinking being, am certainly one and the same subject that I am as a sensuous being. But as an object of inner empirical contemplation, namely, in so far as I am affected internally by sensations in time, as they may be together or following each other, I cognize myself after all only as I appear to myself, and not as a thing in itself, since it depends upon the condition of time, which is not a conception of the understanding, and hence not pure spontaneity, and hence upon a condition in regard to which my perceptive faculty is passive, thereby belonging to receptivity. Hence I cognize myself through inner experience, always only as I appear to myself, a phrase which is often maliciously perverted so as to signify, "It only seems to me" (mihi videri), that I have certain representations and sensations, nay, that I even exist. For seeming is the ground for an erroneous judgment from the subjective causes that are falsely held to be objective, whereas appearance is no judgment at all, but merely an empirical contemplation which becomes inner experience, and hence truth by reflection, and the conception of the understanding resulting therefrom. The cause of these errors is that the words inner sense and apperception have generally been considered by psychologists to be equivalent, although the former ought to designate only a psychological or applied, and the latter simply a logical or pure consciousness. Now the fact that the former allows us only to cognize ourself as we appear is proved by this, that apprehension of the impressions of the former presupposes a formal condition of the inner contemplation of the subject, namely time, which is not a conception of the understanding, and hence is valid only as a subjective condition how inner sensations can be made known to us. This remark does not belong in point of fact to anthropology. In that science, appearances that are united by laws of the understanding are experiences, and hence no questions are asked concerning the manner of perceiving things as they are in themselves, without regard to their relation to the senses, since such an investigation belongs to the science of metaphysics, which has to deal with the possibility of cognition a priori. But still, it was necessary to go back so far, even had it been only to repudiate the errors of speculative minds in this respect. And since the knowledge of men through inner experience is of great importance, because he judges others by it, and yet also of greater difficulty, since a self-observer, instead of merely observing the self-consciousness of another, adds much to it, it is advisable and even necessary to begin with observed phenomena, and only then to progress toward the assertion of axioms which concern the inner nature of man, namely, toward internal experience. End of section 4. Section 5 of Anthropology. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Anthropology, Book 1 by Immanuel Kant, translated by Adolf Ernst Kroger. Section 5. Apology for sensuousness and sensuousness justified. 8. Apology for sensuousness. Everybody renders all possible reverence to the understanding, as indeed the very naming of that faculty, it being called the upper faculty of cognition, implies. And any one who should attempt to laud it would be discountenanced by the ridicule of that orator who glorified the praise of virtue. Stute! Quis unquam vituperavit? But sensuousness is in bad repute, Far worse things are told of it, for instance, that it confuses the power of representation, that it puts on a bold air and pretends to be the mistress, whereas it ought to be simply the servant of the understanding, and that it is obstinate and hard to manage, and finally that it even deceives, and that hence we cannot be sufficiently on our guard against it. On the other hand, however, it does not lack advocates, especially amongst poets and people of taste, who not only glorify the sensualization of the conceptions of the understanding as a merit, but also insist that those conceptions must not be analyzed minutely. They characterize their pregnancy as fullness of thought, their emphasis as perspicuity of language, and their self-evidence as clearness of consciousness, declaring meanwhile that the nakedness of the understanding is merely a deficiency. Footnote: since we speak here only of the faculty of cognition, and hence representation, and not of feeling, of enjoyment or disgust, sensation can signify here only sensuous representation, empirical contemplation, as distinguished equally from conception, or thinking, and from pure contemplation of time and space. End footnote. We need here no panegyrist, but merely advocates against the accuser. The passive element in sensuousness, which after all we cannot strip off, is really the cause of all the bad things laid to its charge. The inner perfection of man consists in this, that he has the use of all his functions under his own direction, in order to be able to submit it to his own free arbitrariness. But this requires that the understanding should rule without weakening sensuousness, which in itself has a mob characteristic, since it does not reflect, because without sensuousness there would be no material for the application of the legislative understanding. 9. Sensuousness justified against the first accusation. The senses do not confuse. It cannot be said of a man who has taken hold of a given manifold, though he has not yet put it in order, that he has confused it. The perceptions of the senses, our empirical conscious representations, can be called only inner phenomena. The understanding, which joins them and connects them under a rule of thinking, bringing order into the manifold, first constitutes them empirical cognitions, that is, experience. Hence, it is the fault of the understanding, neglecting its duty, if it judges rashly, without having previously regulated the sensuous perceptions according to conceptions. And if then it complains about the confusedness of those perceptions as due to the sensuous organization of man, this reproach applies as well to the unfounded complaint about the confusedness of the external as to that of the internal sensuous perceptions. It is true that the sensuous perceptions precede the conceptions of the understanding and present themselves in large numbers. But all the more are we repaid by the result, when the understanding comes with its regulative power and intellectual form, and, for instance, finds numerous expressions for the conceptions, emphatic utterances for the feelings, and interesting ideas for the determinations of the will. The wealth which the intellectual productions in oratory and poetry bring at once before the conceptive power of the understanding often, it is true, throws that power into confusion whenever it is called upon to make clear and expound to itself all the acts of reflection which it actually, though in an unconscious sort of way, performs in these productions. But this is not a defect on the part of sensuousness. On the contrary, it is rather a merit to have offered an abundance of material to the understanding, in comparison with which abundance the abstract conceptions of the understanding appear often merely as a glittering indulgence. Sensuousness justified against the second accusation. The senses do not govern the understanding. On the contrary, they rather submit themselves to the understanding, in order that it may control their services. The fact that they do not want the importance which attaches to them in what is usually called common sense, sensus communis, to pass unrecognized, cannot be charged to them as an assumption to govern the understanding. It is true that there are judgments which are not formally taken before the tribunal of the understanding in order to be passed upon, and which therefore seem to have been dictated by the senses. Such judgments are found, for example, in the so-called epigrams or oracular sayings of the kind that Socrates attributed to his demon. For in those instances it is always presupposed that the first judgment concerning what is right or wise to be done in a certain case is also the true and correct one, as a rule, and that it can only be artificialized by pondering over it. But in point of fact, these judgments do not come from the senses, but from actual, though half unconscious consideration of the understanding. The senses prefer no claim upon them, but resemble the common people, who, if they are not a mob, ignobile vulgus, submit readily to their superior, the understanding, though they certainly also want to be heard in the matter. Hence, if certain judgments and insights are regarded as proceeding immediately, and not through the mediation of the understanding, from the internal sensuousness, and if the latter is, consequently, presumed to wield the rule of itself, it is mere extravagance of fancy, closely allied to insanity. Sensuousness justified against the third accusation. The senses do not deceive. This proposition is the refutation of the most important, though almost most groundless, objection raised against the senses, not because they always judge correctly, but because they do not judge at all. Hence errors are always attributable to the understanding. Nevertheless, the understanding has, if not a justification, at least an excuse in sensuous appearance, species apparentia, by means of which man is often led to mistake the subjective of his perception for the objective, and hence appearance for experience. As, for instance, when a distant square tower, of which he does not see the corners, appears to him round; when the sea, the remoter parts of which are brought to his eye by higher rays of light, appears to him higher than the shore, altum mare; or when the full moon, which he sees as it rises on the horizon through a mist, appears to him further removed, and hence larger than when it is high in the heavens, although the angle of vision is the same. But the errors thus arising are errors of the understanding, and not of the senses. One of the objections raised against sensuousness by logic is, that the cognitions to which it gives rise are shallow, individual, limited to the special; while the understanding, which deals with the general, and hence has to accommodate itself to abstractions, is reproached with being dry. But in ascetical treatment, the first requirement of which is popularity, pursues a path on which both defects can be avoided. End of section 5.
Section 6 of Anthropology. This is a LibriVox recording by Vivian Weaver. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Anthropology, Book 1 by Immanuel Kant. Translated by Adolf Ernst Kroger. Section 10. The preceding section, which treats of a seeming faculty to do what no man can do, leads us to an exposition of the conceptions of what is easy and what is difficult to do. Easiness, promptitudo, to do something, must not be mistaken for readiness, habitus. The former signifies a certain degree of the human faculty, I can if I will, and designates subjective possibility. The latter signifies the subjective practical necessity, i.e., a habit of doing, and hence a certain degree of the will which is attained by a repeated exercise of that faculty. I will because duty commands it. Hence virtue cannot be explained as a readiness of performing free, just acts, for in that case it would be more mechanism of the application of force, but virtue is the moral strength to do our duty, which can never become a habit, but must always proceed new and originally from our mode of thinking. The easy is opposed to the difficult, but often also to the irksome. A person finds a thing easy when he sees within him a great superfluity of the faculty and power which is necessary to accomplish a certain act. What is easier than the formalities of visits, congratulations, condolences, etc.? But again, what is more difficult for a busy man? They are friendly vexations, of which everybody desires heartily to get rid, though he hesitates to offend against usage. What vexations, for instance, do we not meet in the external observances that are counted as belonging to religion, though they really pertain only to the forms of the Church, and in regard to which the merit of piety is adjudged to consist in the fact that those observances are of no use at all, and in the mere submission of the faithful to allow themselves to be patiently hoodwinked by ceremonies, such as penances and flagellations, the more the better. Whilst, nevertheless, these slavish observances, though mechanically easy, since they do not require the sacrifice of any vicious inclinations, must be morally very oppressive and burdensome to rational men. When the great moral teacher of men said, "Therefore my commands are not difficult," etc., he did not intend to say that it requires only a slight exertion to fulfill them, for as commands which require a pure heart, they are really, of all commandments, the most difficult to observe, but he meant that for a rational man they were, after all, infinitely easier of observance than the commands of a busy do-nothingness. Gradus anhelar, multa agendo, nihil agere, such as the Jews had brought into practice. For to a man of reason, that which is mechanically easy seems excessively burdensome, when he sees that the labor wasted upon it brings, after all, no results. To make something easy which of itself is difficult constitutes a merit. To represent it as being easy when we ourselves cannot do it is deception. To do that which is easy to do is without merit. Methods and machines and the distribution of labor amongst many workmen, factory labor, make many things easy, which it might be difficult to do without other tools. To point out difficulties before assigning a piece of work to the learner, as for instance in metaphysical investigations, may certainly deter many, but still it is better than to conceal them. The man who considers everything he undertakes to be easy is light-minded. He who finds everything he undertakes to come easy to him is clever, and he whose actions always betray care and pain is unhandy. Social conversation is a mere play wherein everything must be and appear easy. This is the reason why the ceremonial or stiff elements at social gatherings, as for instance the solemn leave-taking after a festival, have been abandoned as antiquated. The moods of men in undertaking a business is different according to the differences of their temperaments. Some begin with difficulties and anxieties. These are of melancholic disposition. Others who have a sanguine temperament think first of all of their hopes and the supposed easiness of the execution of their projects. But what shall we say of the boast of some men, a boast which has not its origin in mere temperament? Man can do whatever he wills to do. This boast is nothing more than a high-sounding tautology, for whatever man wills to do upon the command of his moral reason, it is his duty to do, and hence he also can do it, since reason will never exact the impossible. Some years ago, however, we had some coxcombs who also boasted this power in a physical sense, and thus announced themselves as world reformers. Their race, however, has now expired. To become accustomed to anything consuetudo makes it easy in the end to bear evils, since feelings of the same kind detract attention from the senses by their long duration without change, so that we are finally barely conscious of them, a state of things which is falsely honored in the name of a virtue, namely patience. But this becoming accustomed to things also renders the consciousness and the remembrance of received benefits difficult, and this leads generally to ingratitude, a real vice. Habit, assuetudo, on the other hand, is a physical inner compulsory impulse to continue in the way we have been following. On that very account it deprives good actions of their moral worth, since it checks the freedom of our disposition and leads to thoughtless repetitious of the same act, monotony, whereby it becomes ridiculous. Habitual phrases, merely to conceal emptiness of thought, always keep the hearer in anxiety that he will have to hear again the same worn-out saying, and make of the orator a mere speaking machine. The cause of the disgust which the habits of others excite in us is to be found in this, that the animal shows itself too prominently in the man who acts instinctively as habit prompts him, just like any other non-human creature, and who thus runs the risk of being placed in the same class with cattle. Nevertheless, there are certain habits which may be assumed properly, and to which we may give our assent, namely, when nature refuses its assistance to our free will. Thus, for instance, we may habituate ourselves in age to the time of our eating and drinking, and to the quantity and quality thereof, or to our time and length of sleeping, thereby making the habit gradually mechanical, but as a rule every bit as objectionable. End of section 10.
Section 7 of Anthropology. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Anthropology, Book 1 by Immanuel Kant. Translated by Adolf Ernst Kroger. Section 7. Concerning artificial play and moral semblance. Concerning the artificial play with the semblance of our senses. 11. The delusion in which sensuous representations involve the understanding, prestige, may be either natural or artificial, and is therefore either an illusion or a fraud. That sort of deception which necessitates us to consider something as real on the testimony of our eyes, though our understanding declares it to be impossible in regard to the same subject, is called eye delusion, prestige. We call illusive that delusion which remains although we know that the supposed object is not real. This play of the mind with the semblances of our senses is very agreeable and entertaining, as for instance the perspective drawing of the interior of a temple, or as Raphael Mengs says of the painting of the school of the Peripatetics, by Correggio, if I am not mistaken. When we look long at the figures, they seem to walk. Or as the painted staircase with half-opened door in the city hall of Amsterdam, which misleads everyone to climb it, etc. But a deception of our senses occurs when the semblance stops the moment we know what the object really is. All sleight-of-hand tricks belong to this category. Clothing, the color of which contrasts favorably with our complexion, is an illusion. But painting cheeks is a deception. The former allures us, the latter apes. This is also the reason why we do not like statues of human or animal figures that are painted, since we are tempted every moment to see them unexpectedly, to believe them to be living. Fascination in an otherwise healthy state of mind is a delusion of the senses. Whereas we say this does not occur naturally, because our judgment that a certain object, or a certain quality of the object exists, changes irresistibly with our judgment that it does not exist, or has another quality, and because thus our senses seem to contradict themselves. Instance a bird fluttering towards a mirror wherein it sees itself, and alternately considers it a real and not a real bird. This play, that men do not trust their own senses, occurs mainly in people who are strongly moved by passion. Thus Helvetius tells of a lover who saw his sweetheart in the arms of another one, and nevertheless accepted her bold denial when she said to him, "Faithless one, you love me no more, for you believe rather what you see than what I tell you." Coarser, or at least more harmful, is the deception practiced by ventriloquists, mesmerizers, and other so-called wizards. In older times, the old ignorant women who were supposed to do these supernatural things were called witches, in German Hexen, and even in this century the belief in witchcraft has not been fully eradicated. Footnote: Thus a Protestant clergyman in Scotland, who was a witness in such a case in this century, said to the judge, "Your Honor, I assure you on my clerical honor that this woman is a witch." Whereupon the latter replied, "And I assure you on my judicial honor that you are no witch tamer." Now the German word Hexe, witch, is derived from the initial letters of the Mass formula when the hostia is consecrated, which the faithful with their bodily eyes perceive as a small piece of bread, but which after the consecration they are bound to perceive with their spiritual eyes as the body of a man. For the words hoc est were supplemented by the word corpus, whereupon hoc est corpus was changed into hocus pocus, probably from a pious timidity to call things by their right name, and thus profane them. End of footnote. It seems that the feeling of amazement at something unheard of has in itself a certain charm for weak minds, not merely because it opens at once new prospects, but because it rids him of the burdensome task to apply his reason, and at the same time induces him to believe other people his equals in ignorance. Concerning permitted moral semblance. 12. All men are actors, and the more in proportion as they are civilized. They assume the appearance of esteem towards others, of graciousness and unselfishness, although they deceive no one thereby, since each one argues that it is not meant seriously. And indeed, it is very well that the world is thus arranged. For as men play these roles, the virtues, the semblance whereof they have only acted a certain time, are gradually wakened into life, and pass over into their character. But to deceive again this deceiver in us, namely, to deceive our inclination to deceive, is really a return to obedience under the rule of virtue, and hence it is not deceit, but rather guiltless deception of ourself. Thus the disgust at our own existence, which results from the emptiness of feelings in our soul, which feelings it incessantly acquires, and the ennui, which at the same time is nevertheless accompanied by a weight of laziness, that is, of aversion to every sort of laborsome occupation, which might dispel that disgust, an aversion due to the fact that such occupation requires exertion, constitute a very disagreeable feeling, which has no other cause than a natural desire to be comfortable. That is, to enjoy rest without previously having tired ourselves out. But this desire for comfortableness is deceptive, even in regard to the objects which reason makes a law to man, in order to be satisfied with himself, even when he does nothing at all, when he vegetates without any object whatever, since then he, at least, does nothing bad. Hence, in order to deceive that inclination again, which can best be accomplished by dallying with the fine arts, but chiefly by social conversation, we resort to what is called passing time away, tempus fallere, the very expression indicating the intention to deceive our desire for inactive rest, by entertaining our mind with a dalliance with the fine arts. This deception is still further promoted when such a mere purposeless dalliance effects at any rate a certain culture of the mind. For otherwise we call that inactive rest, killing time. Force accomplishes nothing as against sensuousness in our inclinations. We must overcome them by cunning. And as Swift says, give the whale a tub to play with in order to save the ship. Nature has wisely implanted in man an inclination to deceive himself in order to save virtue, or at least to lead towards it. Good, honorable behavior is an external semblance which we assume in order not to make ourselves common, and which forces others to esteem us. It is true that women would be very little satisfied if the male sex did not seem to acknowledge their charms. But coyness, pudicitia, a self-compulsion which conceals passion, is nevertheless very wholesome as an illusion, in order to effect that distance between the two sexes which is necessary to prevent one of them degenerating into a mere tool for the enjoyment of the other. Indeed, everything which is called decorousness is of the same kind, namely, nothing but a beautiful semblance. Politeness is a semblance of condescension, which prompts love. It is true that bows, compliments, and the whole series of courtly gallantry, together with the warmest verbal assurances of friendship, are not always truth. My dear friends, there is no such thing as a friend, says Aristotle. But nevertheless they do not deceive, since everyone knows what to think of them, but especially because these, at first merely empty signs of graciousness and esteem, gradually lead to actual feelings of that kind. All human virtue in our intercourse with each other is nothing but a small money change, and he is the child who takes it for genuine gold. Still, it is better to have such small money in circulation than none at all, especially as it can, after all, be exchanged into gold, though at a considerable discount. To say that these virtues are mere money marks without any value whatever, and to hold, with Swift's sarcasm, that honesty is a pair of shoes that have been worn out in the mud, etc., or to take the part of the Reverend Mr. Hostede, who, in his attack upon Marmontel's Belisar, calumniates even a man like Socrates, so as to be sure to keep any one from still believing in virtue. This is high treason practised on mankind. Even the semblance of goodness in others must be dear to us, since this play with ideas that compel our esteem, though without perhaps deserving it, may, after all, turn into seriousness. It is only the semblance of goodness in ourselves which must be remorselessly wiped away, and the veil with which egotism tries to conceal our moral defects which must be removed. Since semblance always deceives when we persuade ourselves that we may cancel our sins by the doing of something which has no inner moral worth whatever, as for instance, when repentance of our sins at the close of life is represented as real reformation, or when intentional wrong-doing is made out to be simply human weakness. End of section 7.
Section 8 of Anthropology. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Scott Grace, Spencerport, New York. Anthropology, Book 1, by Immanuel Kant. Translated by Adolf Ernst Kroger. Section 8. Concerning the Five Senses. Sensuousness in the faculty of cognition, the faculty of representations in contemplation, comprises two parts: sense and the power of imagination. The former is the power of contemplating in the presence of the object. The latter is the power of contemplating also without that presence. But the senses are, again, subdivided into external and internal senses. Sensus externus, internus. The former being those in regard to which the human body is affected by bodily things, whereas by means of the latter he is affected through his mind. It is to be observed, however, that the latter, as a mere faculty of perception, of empirical contemplation, must be distinguished from the feeling of delight and disgust, that is, from the capability of the subject to be determined through certain representations in the preservation or the renewal of the condition of those representations, which feeling might be called the inner sense, sensus interior. A representation through our senses, of which we become conscious as such, is called specially sensation, when the sensation attracts at the same time attention to the condition of the subject. We may divide primarily the senses of our bodily sensation into the vital sense, sensus vagus, and the organic sense, sensus fixus, and as we meet these senses only where nerves are found, into those which affect the whole system of nerves, and those which affect those nerves only which belong to a certain member of the body. The sensations of warmth and cold, even when produced by the mind, through sudden hope or fear, for instance, belong to the vital sense. The shudder, which runs through men at the notion of the sublime, and the shivering wherewith nurses scare children to bed late at night, are of the latter kind. They penetrate the body as far as there is life in it. But of the organic senses we cannot well count more nor less than 5, insofar as they relate to external sensations. 3 of these, however, are more objective than subjective. That is, they contribute more as empirical contemplations to the cognition of the external object than they excite the consciousness of the affected organ. But 2 of them are more subjective than objective. That is, our representations through them contribute more to enjoyment than to a cognition of the external object. Hence, in regard to the former, we can only come to an agreement with others. But in regard to the latter, although the same external empirical contemplation and the same external connection may take place, the mode in which the subject is affected thereby may be very different. The senses of the first class are those of touch, tactus, sight, rhesus, and hearing, auditus. Those of the second class are the sense of taste, gustus, and that of smell, olfactus, both being purely senses of organic sensation, that is, entrances prepared by nature for the animal in order to enable it to distinguish objects. Concerning the sense of touch. The sense of touch lies in the fingertips and their nerves, papillae, in order to discover by touching the outside of a solid body its particular form. Nature seems to have given this organ to man alone, in order that he may form a conception of the form of a body by touching it at all sides. For the feelers of the insects seem to have in view rather the discovery of the presence of an object than the discovery of its form. This sense also is the only one of immediate external perception. Hence, while being the most important and the safest to teach us, it is also the coarsest sense, since the matter of the form of which we desire to become advised must be solid. We do not speak here at all of the vital sense, whether the surface of a body is soft or rough, still less whether it is warm or cold to the touch. Without this organic sense, we should not be able to form a conception of any bodily form. Hence the 2 other senses of the first class must be originally related to this sense, in order to make empirical knowledge at all possible. Concerning the sense of hearing. The sense of hearing is one of the senses of merely meditated perception, through the air which surrounds us, and by means of which a distant object is made known to us, and which is put into motion by means of our organ of voice, the mouth, men can most readily and perfectly place themselves in communion of thoughts and feelings with each other, especially if the sounds which one person makes the other hear are articulated and in their proper connection constitute a language. The sense of hearing does not furnish us with a notion of the form of the object, and the sounds of the words do not present us immediately with an image of the object, but for that very reason, and because they are nothing in themselves, at any rate no objects, but at the utmost only internal feelings, they are the most appropriate means of designating conceptions, and people who are born deaf, and hence must also remain dumb, i.e., without a language, can never arrive at any higher stage than an analogy of reason. But so far as the vital sense is concerned, this sense is indescribably, vividly, and variously moved, and also strengthened by music, as a regular play of the feelings of hearing, music being thus, as it were, a language of mere feelings without any conceptions. Here the sounds of words are tones, and these are for the ear precisely what colors are for the sight, a communication of feelings in the distance, in a space to all who move in that space, and a social enjoyment, which is not lessened by the fact that many participate in it. Concerning the sense of seeing. The sense of sight is also a sense of mediated sensation, through a moved matter called light, and which is sensible only to a certain organ, the eye. This moved matter is not, like sound, a merely undulatory motion of a fluid element which expands itself in space in every direction, but is an exudation, by means of which a point in space for the object is determined, and by means of which the universe becomes known to us in so immeasurable a degree that, especially in regard to self-luminous stars, and in comparing their distances with our standards here on earth, we get weary over the vast series of numbers, and have cause to be astonished almost more at the tender sensitiveness of our eye in beholding such weakened impressions, than at the vastness of the universe itself, especially when we add to it the microscopic world, as shown, for instance, by the infusoria. The sense of sight, although not less dispensable than that of hearing, is nevertheless the noblest, since it is of all our senses the most removed from the sense of touch, as the most limited condition of our perceptions, and since it not merely contains the largest numbers of those perceptions in space, but also feels its organ the least affected, since otherwise it would not be mere seeing, and since, therefore, in this respect, it comes nearest to a pure contemplation of the immediate representation of the given object, without any mixture of perceptible sensation. These three external senses lead us through reflection to a recognition of a thing outside of us. But if the sensation gets so strong that the consciousness of the movement of the organ grows stronger than that of the relation to an external object, in that case external are changed into internal representations. To perceive the smoothness or roughness of a surface in touching an object is something quite different from obtaining a knowledge of the external form of a figure by that means. In the same way, if some person, for instance, speaks so loud that one's ears ache on account of it, or if someone steps suddenly out of a dark room into bright sunshine and winks his eyes, in that case the latter becomes blind for a few moments through a too strong or too sudden illumination, and the former becomes deaf through the screeching voice. That is to say, both persons, by reason of the violence of their sensuous perceptions, acquire no conception of the object. Hence, their attention is directed solely to the subjective representation, that is, the change of the organ itself. Concerning the senses of taste and smell. The senses of taste and smell are both more subjective than objective. The former is that the organs of taste, the tongue, the gums, and the throat are touched by the external object. The second in that we inhale, along with the air, the exhalations of foreign substances, though the exhaling object may be at a distance. They are closely related to each other, and a person who lacks the sense of smell has also, as a rule, only a coarse taste. We may say that both organs are affected by salts, solid and volatile, the one kind of which must be dissolved in the mouth by a fluid, while others require to be dissolved through the air, which fluid or air must penetrate the organ in order to affect it by the peculiar sensation they create. End of Section 8. Recording by Scott Grace, Spencerport, New York.
Section 9 of Anthropology. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Anthropology, Book 1 by Immanuel Kant. Translated by Adolf Ernest Kroger. Section 9. Part 1st. Anthropological Didactic. Concerning the manner in which to recognize the internal as well as the external of man. Book 1st. Concerning the faculty of cognition. General remarks concerning our external senses. Section 19. We can divide the sensations of our external senses into those of mechanical and those of chemical origin. To the former class belong the three higher, to the latter the two lower senses. The former are senses of perception, superficial. The latter are senses of enjoyment, intense appropriation. This is the reason why nausea, an inclination to relieve ourselves of what we have eaten or drunk by the shortest way of the esophagus, that is, to vomit, has been given to man as a vital sensation of unusual degree, since so intense an appropriation might become dangerous to the animal. But since there exists also a spiritual enjoyment, which results from the communication of thoughts, and which, when forced upon us, and is not healthy for us as spiritual food, but found to be disagreeable as, for instance, a repetition of the same witty or supposed to be witty sayings, and which may therefore also become unwholesome to us, on account of the very sameness, we call the instinct of nature to get rid of the spiritual food also nausea, for the sake of analogy, although it belongs to the internal sense. Smelling is, as it were, a tasting in the distance, and forces others to partake, whether they will or not. Hence it is, as being opposed to freedom, less social than tasting, which allows each guest to choose according to his inclination, amongst a variety of dishes or bottles, without compelling others to partake of his choice. Dirt is called nauseating, apparently not because it is disgusting to the eye or tongue, but because it is presumptively supposed to arouse nausea. For our appropriation of external things through our sense of smelling in the lungs is still more intense than that which occurs through the imbibing membranes of the mouth or throat. The more intensely our senses feel themselves affected under the same degree of the influence exerted upon them, the less do they teach us. Vice versa, if they are to teach us much, they must affect us only moderately. In the strongest light we see distinguish nothing, and a stentorian voice deafens, suppresses our thinking. The more receptive our vital sense is to impressions, tender and affected, the more unhappy we are. And the more receptive a man is to the organic sense, sensitive, and hardened against the vital sense, the more happy, I say happy, and not exactly morally better, is he, since he has the feeling of his well-being more in his power. That sensitive faculty which arises from strength, sensibilitas seneca, we may call gentle sensitiveness, but that which arises from weakness, from a not being able sufficiently to resist the impression of our senses in their effort to penetrate into our consciousness, we must call painful sensitiveness. Questions. Section 20. Which organic sense is the most ungrateful and also the least useful? That of smelling. It does not pay to cultivate, or perhaps even to refine it, for there are more objects of nausea, especially in populous places, than of enjoyment, which the sense can procure us, and our enjoyment, through this sense, can at the best be only fleeting and temporary, if it is to give us pleasure. But as a negative condition of our well-doing, to escape inhaling unwholesome air the exhalations of stoves or of swamps or of dead animals, or not to use moldy materials for our food, the sense is not unimportant. The same importance belongs also to the second sense of enjoyment, the sense of tasting. But this sense has a peculiar preference in that it promotes sociability in its enjoyment, which of the scent of smelling does not, and furthermore in that it judges in advance at the very door of the entrance of our food into the intestines concerning the wholesomeness of that food, since tastefulness of food is pretty sure to indicate its wholesomeness, unless gluttony has spoiled taste by too much artificial refinement. The appetite of the sick generally longs for that which, like medicine, works to their benefit. The smell of food is, as it were, a foretaste. It invites the hungry to partake of favorite dishes, just as it repels those who are sated. Is there a vicariousness of the senses, whereby the use of one sense can represent that of another? We can coax the deaf to accustom to speech by gestures, that is, by the use of their eyes, provided they have ever been able to hear, or by observing the motion of their lips, and even by merely touching their moving lips in darkness. If they have been born deaf, however, we must change the sense of seeing, which we do in the former case from the movement of the organs of speech, from the sounds produced into a feeling of the movement of the vocal organs themselves. But they will never thereby arrive at actual conceptions, since the signs which they need for that purpose cannot be made universal. The lack of a musical ear, in cases wherein the mere physical ear is uninjured, and in which cases a man is able enough to hear sounds, but not tones, to speak, but not to sing, is a deformity which it is difficult to explain. In the same way we have men who can see well enough, but cannot distinguish colors, and to whom all things appear therefore as in an engraving. The lack or loss of which sense is most important to us, the sense of hearing or of seeing. If the first named sense were inborn, it would be the least dispensable of all senses. But if it is only the result of cultivation, through the use of the eyes, as has been explained, the loss of it may be in some way replaced through sight, especially if the sufferer is wealthy. But persons who have grown deaf in old age miss this means of communication very much. And while we see many blind people who are communicative, social, and gay at the table, it is a rare thing to find a single person who has lost his hearing otherwise than cross, suspicious, and dissatisfied in society. He sees in the features of the company present certain expressions of feeling, or at least of interest, and endeavors in vain to discover their meaning, whereby he is really condemned to solitude in the midst of society. Section 21. It is further to be observed that we class among the two latter senses, which are more subjective than objective, a sensitiveness in regard to certain objects of external, sensuous perceptions, which have this peculiarity, that they are merely subjective and work upon the organs of smelling and tasting by means of a stimulation, which is nevertheless neither smell nor taste, but felt only as the effect of certain fixed salts that prompt the organs to specific expurgations. Hence these objects are not internally appropriated by our organs and actually enjoyed. They merely touch our organs and are soon after removed. But for that very reason they can be used the whole day long, eating and sleeping time excepted, without bringing about satiety. Their most common material is tobacco, whether it be by snuffing it or patting it into the mouth between the cheek and the gums in order to stimulate the secretion of saliva. or by smoking it through pipe stems, as even the Spanish women of Lima smoke their cigars. The Malays use for the latter purpose the areca nut, wrapped up in a betel leaf, and which has the same effect as tobacco. This longing pica is to be regarded, apart from the medical good or harm, which the clearing out of the fluid elements from both organs may effect, as a mere stimulation of sensuous feeling in general. It is, as it were, an oft-repeated impulse acting on our recollection to attend to our thought, which would otherwise fall asleep or become tedious through uniformity and sameness. This means of self-entertainment on the part of man replaces society, since it fills the emptiness of time, instead of a conversation by ever newly aroused sensations and very transitory but always rejuvenated stimulations. Concerning the internal sense. Section 22. The internal sense is not pure appreciation, or a consciousness of what man does, for this belongs to the thinking faculty, but of what is felt by man in so far as he is affected by his own play of thoughts. It is based upon man's internal contemplation, and hence upon the relation of our representations in time, as they appear therein, either simultaneously or in a successive order. The perceptions of this internal sense and the true or seeming internal experience which results from their combination is not merely anthropological, where we disregard the question whether man has a soul, a special incorporeal substance, or not, but pathological, where we believe that we perceive such a soul, and where we regard the mere faculty to think and feel as a special substance inherent in man. From the standpoint, there is of course only one internal sense, since man does not feel himself internally through different organs, and one might say that the soul is the organ of the internal sense. In this case we say of it that it is subject to illusions, which consist in this, that we either take its appearances to be external appearances, thus confounding illusions with actual sensations, or, still worse, hold them to be manifestations of another being, of which we nevertheless have no external perception, in which case the illusion turns either into visionary dreaming or into ghost seeing, both of which conditions are a cheating of the internal sense. Both cases rest on a malady of the soul, a longing to accept the play of the perceptions of the internal sense for experimental knowledge, whereas it is simply fiction, and often also a desire to plunge into an artificial mental condition, perhaps because we consider it wholesome and elevating us over the commonness and lowness of sensuous perceptions, and thus to cheat ourselves afterward by fancies formed in accordance with that artificial condition, to dream when wide awake. For in the course of time, man comes to consider that which he has purposely planted in his mind as something which has existed previously in his mind, and believes that he has discovered in the depths of his soul the very thoughts or fancies which are forced upon him. This was the case with the visionary charming fancies of a Berignan, or the visionary terrifying fancies of a Pascal. This dissonance of the mind cannot very well be put to rights again by rational arguments, for what can these effect against matters believed to be actual? The tendency to become absorbed in, or turned in upon oneself, together with the illusions of the internal sense arising therefrom, can be brought into order only by leading man back into the external world, and thereby into the order of things which lies before our external senses. End of section 22. Recording by Vivian Weaver.
Section 10 of Anthropology. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Scott Grace, Spencerport, New York. Anthropology, Book 1 by Immanuel Kant. Translated by Adolf Ernst Kroger. Section 10. Concerning the causes of the decrease or increase of our sensuous perceptions in degree. Our sensuous perceptions are increased in degree 1 by contrast, 2 by novelty, 3 by change, and 4 by intensification. Contrast. Contrast is the putting aside of each other, under one and the same conception, sensuous representations which are averse to each other, whereby our attention is called into play. It is thus distinguished from contradiction, which is the connecting of two opposite conceptions. A well-cultivated piece of land in a desert elevates our perception of the former by the mere contrast. The noise and splendor of a court, or be it only of a large city, when compared with the quiet, simple, and yet contented life of the farmer, or a house with a thatched roof, but its rooms commodious and tasteful, such contrasts delight our eye, and we love to linger over them, since they strengthen our senses. Poverty and haughtiness, however, or the gorgeous jewelry of a lady, whose washing is none of the cleanest, or, as in the case of a late Polish noble, tables groaning under luxuries and served by numerous waiters wearing wooden shoes, such things are not in contrast but in contradiction to each other, and one sensuous perception destroys or weakens the other, because it tries to unite opposites under one and the same conception, and this is impossible. Still, there is also a way of effecting a comic contrast and of uttering an evident contradiction with the tone of truth, or placing before an audience something evidently contemptible in the language of praise, for the sole purpose of making the absurdity more deeply felt, as, for instance, Fielding in Jonathan Wild, or Blumauer in his travestied Aeneid, and thus, for example, to make a jolly parody of a heart-breaking novel like Clarissa, with a view of strengthening the senses by freeing them from conflicts wherein false and dangerous conceptions have involved them. Novelty. The new, which includes the rare and the hitherto concealed, revives attention, because it involves a further acquisition. Hence our sensuous perception increases by it in strength, whereas everyday, habitual occurrences deaden attention. This does not include, however, the discovery, inspection, or public exhibition of subjects of antiquity, such as we might have supposed, according to the natural course of things, to have long since been destroyed by the tooth of time. To sit upon a piece of the wall of an old Roman theatre in Verona or Nismes, to have under one's hand the house furniture of that people, discovered after so many years in Herculaneum from under the lava which had buried it, to be able to exhibit a coin of the Macedonian kings, or a gem of ancient sculpture, etc. All this arouses the senses of a connoisseur to profound attention. An inclination to acquire some knowledge, merely out of its novelty, variety, and hidden qualities, is called curiosity. This inclination, although it merely plays with perceptions, and has otherwise no interest in its object, deserves no censure, provided it is not extended to spying out matters which are of interest only to others. But so far as the mere sensuous impression is concerned, each morning comes to us new, and by the newness of its sensations makes all the images of our senses, unless the latter are really sickly, clearer and more vivid than they usually are in the morning. Change. Monotony. A perfect sameness in our sensations results at the end in their atony, a growing tired on the part of our attentiveness to its condition, and then our sensuous perception grows dim. Change refreshes our senses, but a sermon read off in the self-same tone, whether shrieking or moderate, puts a whole congregation to sleep. Work and rest, city and country life, in our social intercourse, conversation and play, in solitude amusement, whether by means of novels or poetry, or philosophy and mathematics, such changes strengthen the mind. It is the same vital force which stirs the consciousness of our sensations, but its various organs relieve each other in their activity. Hence, it is easier to converse for some time while walking, since the muscles of the leg, in this case, take rest one after the other, than to remain standing stiff in one and the same place. in which case the muscles have to work without rest for a while. Hence also does it happen that traveling has so great a charm. It is a pity, however, that with people of leisure it leaves a blank atony behind, as the result of the monotony of home life. It is true that nature herself has ordered things already beforehand in such a manner that pain enters uncalled between pleasurable sensations, such as entertain the senses, and by this entrance makes life interesting. But to allow pain purposely to intervene merely for the sake of change, and thus to hurt oneself, to have ourselves wakened up merely to feel the pleasure of renewed dropping off to sleep, or as in Fielding's novel, Tom Jones, where the publisher of that book added a final part to it after the author's death, to introduce, for the sake of variety, the element of jealousy after the wedding wherewith the novel originally closed, is absurd. For to make a state of things worse than it is does not increase the interest which the senses take in it, even in a tragedy, for an ending is not variety. Intensification to a climax, a continuous series of successive sensuous perceptions, which differ in degree, and of which the succeeding one is always more intense than the one preceding, has a maximum of intensity, intensio, to approach which is reviving, whereas to pass beyond it is exhausting, remissio. But the point which separates both conditions is the completion, maximum, of the sensation, and is followed as its result by impassivity and hence lifelessness. If we desire to keep our sensuous faculty alive, we must not begin with strong sensations, for they make us insensitive to those that follow, but rather deprive ourselves of them at first, or take them in short measure, in order to be able to ascend always higher. The preacher begins in his introduction with a cool exposition addressed to the understanding, which points to the taking to heart of a conception of duty, and afterwards introduces into the analysis of his text a moral interest, finishing in the application with exciting all the motives of a human soul through all the sensations, which can give emphasis to that interest. Young man, deprive thyself of the satisfaction of thy senses, gaiety, luxury, love, etc., though thou doest it not with the stoical purpose of becoming able to do without them, but with the refined Epicurean purpose of having constantly in view an ever-increasing enjoyment. This stinginess in regard to the capital of thy vital senses makes thee truly richer through the postponement of enjoyment, even though thou shouldst have renounced the use thereof, for the greatest part, at the end of thy life. The consciousness of having the enjoyment in thy power is, like all that is ideal, more fruitful and far-reaching than all that which satisfies the senses, and which by thus being itself used up at the same time with that satisfaction, is taken off from the sum of the whole. End of section 10. Recording by Scott Grace, Spencerport, New York.
Section 11 of Anthropology. This is a LibriVox recording by Vivian Weaver. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Anthropology, Book 1 by Immanuel Kant. Translated by Adolf Ernst Kroger. Concerning the stoppage, weakening, and total loss of our sensuous faculty. Section 24. The sensuous faculty can be weakened, stopped, or totally destroyed. Hence the conditions of drunkenness, sleep, fainting, seeming death, asphyxia, and real death. Drunkenness is the unnatural condition caused by an impossibility to regulate our sensuous representations in accordance with the laws of experience, insofar as this impossibility is the effect of an article of diet taken in excess. Sleep, according to its verbal definition, is a condition of impossibility on the part of a healthy man to become conscious of perceptions through his external senses. We leave it to the physiologists to explain, if they can, by a real definition, that's unloosening, which is at the same time a regathering of our forces for new external sensuous perception, and by means of which man looks upon himself almost as newborn in this world, whilst it absorbs unconsciously or unregretted probably 1/3 part of our life. The unnatural condition of a benumbedness of our sensuous tools, which is followed as its result by a less degree of self-attention than belongs to our natural condition, is analogous of drunkenness. Hence we call a man who is weakened from a deep sleep all of a sudden drunk with sleep. He is not yet fully self-conscious, but even while awake it may chance that a sudden perplexity comes upon us, a difficulty to recollect what we ought to do in an unforeseen case, and this can also be regarded as a stoppage of the ordinary and habitual use of our power of reflection, a standing still in the play of our sensuous representations, of which we say he has lost his self-possession, he is out of himself. Whether with joy or terror, he is perplexed, dumbfounded, out of his wits, he has lost the tramontano, etc. And this condition is to be regarded as a momentary fit of sleeping, which needs also a regathering of one's sensuous perceptions. When a person is in a state of violent, suddenly outbroken excitement, we say that he is out of himself. In an ecstasy, when he believes himself to be in a condition of spiritual contemplation, has no control of himself, and is lamed for some moments, as it were, and the use of his external senses. The footnote, Tramontano, or Tramontana, is the name of the North Star, and perdere la tramontana, to lose the North Star, as the guiding star of seamen signifies to lose one's self-control. Take the case of a young, inexperienced man who enters an unexpectedly brilliant society, especially of ladies, and is at a loss how to begin a conversation. It would be improper to begin with newspaper talk, for no one could understand how he chanced to choose just such a topic. But if he came from out of doors, the weather is the best means of introduction. And if he is so bedulled as to not remember it, the Italians say he has lost his tramontano. End of section. Section 25. Fainting, which usually follows upon dizziness, a quickly, circularly returning change of many dissimilar feelings, which passes the power of our taking mental hold of them, is a prelude of death. The total stoppage of all of these feelings is asphyxia, or seeming death, and can be distinguished from actual death, so far as we can perceive externally, only by the result. Take the cases of people drowned, hung, or smothered by a vapor of smoke. No person can experience dying in his own case, for to experience something it is necessary to live, but only in the case of others. Whether it is painful we cannot tell from the rattling or convulsions of a dying person. On the contrary, it seems rather to be a mere mechanical reaction of the vital force, and perhaps a gentle perception of our gradual liberation from all pain. The natural fear of death, which is inherent in all men, even the most unfortunate or wise, is not, therefore, a shudder of dying, but, as Montague has justly observed, at the thought of having died, that is, of being dead, which such a candidate of death supposes will haunt him even after he has died, because he looks upon the carcass, which no longer is himself, as nevertheless himself, and buried in a dismal grave or somewhere else. This deception cannot be removed, since it is involved in the nature of thinking. As a speaking to end of oneself, the thought, I am not, can never exist, for if I am not, I also cannot become conscious of the fact that I am not. I can very well say, I am not healthy, or can very well think similar predicates negatively in regard to myself, as we do whenever we think in verbis. But to negate the subject itself, when we speak in the first person, in which case the subject annihilates itself, is a contradiction. End of section 11.
Section 12 of Anthropology. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anna Simon. Anthropology, Book 1 by Immanuel Kant. Translated by Adolf Ernst Kröger. Section 12. Concerning Imagination. The power of imagination, facultas imaginandi, being a faculty of contemplating an object without its presence, is either productive, that is, a power of the original representation of the latter, exhibitio originaria, which therefore precedes any experience, or reproductive, exhibitio derivativa, which brings back into the mind a previous empirical contemplation. Pure contemplation of time and space belong to the former class. All others presuppose empirical contemplation, which, when connected with the conception of the object, and thus becoming empirical cognition, is called experience. The power of imagination, in so far as it also produces involuntary imaginations, is called fantasy. A person who is habituated to mistake the latter for the former is called a fantastic person. To have in our sleep, which is a condition of health, an involuntary play of our imaginations, we call to dream. In other words, the power of imagination is either imagining, productive, or merely recalling, reproductive. This does not mean, however, that the productive power of imagination is on that account creative, and that it has the power to produce a sensuous representation, perception, which was never previously given to our sensuous faculty. On the contrary, we can always find out and show up the material of which it has made use. We can never make a person who has never seen amongst the 7 colors the red one comprehend the sensation of redness, and to a person born blind we can never make understood the sensation of any color, even though it were a middle color produced by the mixture of 2 other colors, as for instance green. Yellow and blue mixed together form the color of green, but the power of imagination would never have the least representation of this color if it had never seen it mixed. The same holds good in regard to each particular one of our 5 senses, namely, that the composition of their sensations cannot be produced by the power of imagination, but must originally be derived from the sensuous faculty. There are people who have no further provision made in their seeing faculty for the representations of light than to see white or black, men for whom, although they could see well, the whole visible world appears only as an engraving. In the same way, there are more people than we know of or believe who have a good, nay, extraordinarily acute hearing, but who have absolutely no ear at all for music, whose sense for tones, not merely in order to imitate them, to sing, but also to distinguish them from mere sound, is utterly unsusceptible. It may be the same way with the representations of our tasting and smelling organs. That is, some persons may lack the sense to receive many specific impressions of these objects of enjoyment, and thus it may chance that one person believes he understands another one on this subject, whereas the sensation of the former may be not only in degree, but specifically and totally different from those of the other. There are persons who utterly lack the sense of smelling, who consider the sensation of inhaling pure air through the nose to be smelling, and hence can make nothing out of any description made to them concerning that specific mode of sensuous impression. But where the sense of smelling is lacking, the sense of taste is also pretty well absent, and to teach and arouse this sense where it does not manifest itself is labor thrown away. Hunger and the satisfying of the appetite, however, are quite different from tasting. Although the power of imagination is thus ever so great an artist, nay, enchanter, it is nevertheless not creative, but must gather the material of its productions from the senses. But these, according to what we have said above, are not nearly so universally communicable as the conceptions of the understanding. It is true that we also, though improperly, sometimes call the receptivity for the representations of the power of imagination in their communication a sense, and that we say, for instance, this man has no sense for such and such a thing. This, however, is not exactly an incapacity of the sense, but in part an incapacity of the understanding to grasp hold of communicated representations and unite them in thinking. The man himself thinks nothing in what he says, and hence other people also do not understand him. He talks nonsense. But this defect is quite different from that of sense emptiness, when a man pairs his thoughts together in such a manner that no one else knows what to make of them. The fact that the word sense, though only in the singular, is so often used as an equivalent to thought, nay, perhaps even to characterize a higher grade than that of thought, and the reason why we say of some remarks, they convey an extensive or profound sense, and why we call a sound human understanding also common sense, and thereby, in spite of the fact that this expression designates properly only the lowest grade of cognition, place it on the highest grade. All this is caused by the power of imagination, which provides matter for the understanding whereby to furnish its conceptions with a content to obtain a cognition, and which by reason of the analogy of its fictitious contemplations with actual perceptions, seems to give to the former reality. End of section 12.
Section 13 of Anthropology. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Anthropology, Book 1 by Immanuel Kant, translated by Adolf Ernst Kroger. Section 13. Concerning certain bodily means of exciting or soothing the power of imagination. 27. I pass by in this section everything which is not means for a purpose, but a natural consequence from the position wherein we may be placed, and through which our power of imagination alone deprives us of our self-control. This includes the sensation of dizziness when we look down from the edge of a steep precipice, perhaps even from a small bridge which has no railing, and seasickness. The plank upon which the man who feels himself to be weak-nerved places his foot would not fill him with any fear if it lay flat on the earth, but if it is merely a plank laid across a chasm, the thought of the mere possibility that he might make a false step is so potent that the man in his attempt to cross gets into real danger. Seasickness, of which I myself have had an experience in a voyage from Pillow to Königsberg, if indeed any one chooses to call it a sea voyage, with its tendency to vomit, arose in my case, as I believe to have observed, solely through the eyes. For when the ship began to roll, and I looked out of the cabin, my eyes caught now the lowness, and in the next moment the highness of the shore, and the returning sinking after the mounting, stirred up by means of the power of imagination through the muscles of the bowels, and anti-peristaltic movement on the part of the intestines. To excite or soothe the power of imagination we have material means in the enjoyment of intoxicating substances, some of which work as poisons and weaken the vital force, certain fungi, etc., the chica of the Peruvians, the ava of the South Sea Islands, opium, etc., while others operate as invigorating, or at least as stirring up our feelings, such as fermented liquors, wine and beer, or their spirit distillation, brandy. But all of these are unnatural and artificial. A person who takes them in such excess that he cannot regulate for a while his sensuous perceptions in accordance with the laws of experience is called drunken or intoxicated, and the act of voluntarily placing oneself in this condition is called to get drunk. But all these means are intended to make a man forget the burden which seems originally to rest on life. The extensive inclination to make use of these means, and their influence on the use of the understanding particularly, deserve to be specially treated in a pragmatic anthropology. All dumb intoxication, that is, all intoxication which does not enliven social intercourse and common interchange of thoughts, contains an abominable element. For instance, the drunkenness of opium and brandy. Wine and beer, whereof the former is merely stimulating, while the other is more nourishing and produces satiation like food, serve, on the other hand, to produce social intoxication, though the following distinction is observable: that whereas beer-drinking bouts are more dreamy and exclusive, and at times even clownish and coarse, wine-drinking feasts are joyous, loud, and eloquent with wit. It is very true that intemperance in social drinking, if it goes so far as to befog the senses, is a naughtiness on the part of a man, not only in regard to the society with which he holds intercourse, but also in regard to his self-esteem, if he departs from that society staggering, or at least not with a sure step, or perhaps even hiccoughing. But much may also be said to soften a judgment on such a case of misbehavior, where the boundary line of self-possession can so easily be forgotten and overstepped. For after all, the host desires only that the guest should go forth fully satisfied, ut conviva satur, from his social entertainment. Freedom from care, and along with it a sort of recklessness which intoxication produces, are a deceptive feeling of increased vitality. The drunken man feels no longer the obstacles of life, which nature is always kept busy to subdue, which also constitutes health, and is happy in his weakness, since nature is really desirous to restore him his life gradually, by a gradual increase of his forces. Women, clergymen, and Jews rarely intoxicate themselves, or at any rate they carefully avoid the appearance of it, since they are weak before the law, and need caution which absolutely requires soberness. For their external worth depends solely on the faith of others, in their chastity, piety, and separatistic, law-abiding character. For so far as the latter is concerned, it is evident that all separatists, that is, all who submit themselves not only to a public state law, but also to a particular sectarian code, are specially exposed to the observation of the community wherein they live, and to close criticism, seeing that they are eccentric, and pretend to belong to a specially elect class of beings. Hence they can never afford to lose their self-control, and intoxication, which takes away from them their circumspection, is a scandal to them. Concerning Cato, one of his stoical admirers says, his virtue was strengthened by wine. Virtus ejus incoluit miro. And in speaking of the ancient Germans, a later writer remarks, they held their councils of war while drinking, in order that their resolutions might not be without force, and reconsidered them when sober, in order that they might not be without prudence. Drinking loosens the tongue, in vino desertas, but wine also opens the heart, and is a natural vehicle to a moral quality, namely, open-heartedness. To keep back one's thoughts is a choking state of mind for a pure heart, and jovial drinkers do not like to see any one very moderate at their gatherings, since such a person has the appearance of a spy, who has his eye open to the faults of others, while keeping his own defects concealed. Hume says that a companion who does not forget is unpleasant to us, and that the foolishness of one day must be forgotten to make room for that of another. Good-heartedness is always presupposed in this permission, which man has to go a little beyond the boundary line of sobriety for a short time, and hence the policy which was set in motion a half-century ago, when northern courts appointed ambassadors who could drink a great deal without getting drunk themselves, in order to pump out secrets from the court in which they were accredited, and to use persuasions unduly, was treacherous. Happily it has vanished together with the coarseness of the morals of that time, and an epistle of warning against that vice may, therefore, be likely enough superfluous in view of the moral culture of the present age. Whether we can discover at drinking bouts the character of the men who get drunk, I believe not. A new fluid has been mixed with the juices circulating in their veins, and their nerves have been stirred up in a novel manner, which does not reveal to us more clearly than we knew it before their natural temperament, but rather infuses them with another one. Hence one man who gets drunk grows amorous, another boastful, a third quarrelsome, a fourth, especially when he gets drunk on beer, sentimental, soft-hearted, or even dumb. But all of them, when they have slept off their intoxication and are reminded of their speeches on the preceding evening, are impelled to laugh at this curious state or misstate of their senses. 28. Originality, not imitated production, of the power of imagination is called genius, whenever it harmonizes with conceptions, otherwise it is fantastic. It is remarkable that we cannot imagine a rational being to have any other form than the human form. It is true that any other form would also be a symbol of a certain quality of man, a snake, for instance, of man's malicious slyness, but it would not represent the rational being itself. In this manner we people all other planets and stars in our imagination with human shapes, although it is probable that they may be very differently shaped, according to the difference of the soil which bears and nourishes them, and the elements whereof they are composed. All other shapes which we may give to rational beings are caricatures. Hence the holy three, an old man, a young man, and a bird, a dove, must be represented, not as actual figures, similar to their originals, but merely as symbols. The same is signified by the descending from and ascending to heaven. Whenever we desire to supply images of sense to our conceptions of rational beings, we cannot proceed otherwise than to anthropomorphize them, happily or unhappily, according as the symbolic representation approaches the conception of the object itself. If the lack of a sense, for instance of sight, is an accident of birth, the maimed person cultivates another sense as much as possible to do vicarious duty for the missing one, and makes use of the productive power of imagination to a great extent. He tries, for instance, to make his mind obtain a notion of the form of external bodies by touching them. Or if they are too large for the sense of touch, as for instance in the case of a house, by using another sense, let us say hearing, and thus to make space extension comprehensible to himself by the echo of his voice from a remote corner of the room. If, however, a happy operation should at some time free him from his defect, and open his organ for its proper expressions, he must first learn how to see and how to hear, that is, he must try and subsume his perceptions under conceptions of this kind of objects. Conceptions of objects often lead us involuntarily to subordinate to them a self-created image by means of productive imagination. Thus, when we read or hear spoken of the life and deeds of a man who is great either in talents, merits, or rank, we are generally led to ascribe to him in thought also a correspondingly large figure, whereas our imagination clothes a gentle or soft character whose description we read or listen to in a small and pliant form. Not merely peasants, but even persons well enough acquainted with the world, find themselves at a loss when the great hero, whom they had shaped out in accordance with the grandeur of his reputed deeds, is seen by them to be a little mannikin, and when, vice versa, the delicate and gentle Hume is pointed out to them as a broad-shouldered man. Hence we should never strain our expectation of anything too severely, since the power of imagination is naturally inclined to rise to the highest pitch. For actuality is always more limited than the idea, which serves as a model for the execution of the former. It is not advisable to laud a person whom we desire to introduce into society too highly beforehand. Indeed, this may often be done merely with a malicious purpose to place a newcomer in a ridiculous position. For our power of imagination so increases the representation of that which is expected, that the person in question cannot fail to be lowered in comparison with the preconceived idea of his attainments. The same thing happens when people announce a new novel, a drama, or anything of that kind which belongs to a higher fashion in an overwrought way, for the work so announced cannot fail to disappoint. Nay, the mere having read a good drama weakens the impression of its representation. But if the work which was glorified in this way beforehand turns out to be the very counterpart of what we were led to expect, the drama, if otherwise not pernicious, will excite the greatest laughter. Changeable shapes put in motion, though they may have no significance in themselves that might attract us, such as the sparkling of a fire on the hearth, or the various twistings and foam flowings of a brook gliding over pebbles, entertain the power of imagination with a number of representations of quite a different kind. That is, your sense of seeing, for instance, is not so much affected by them as ought to be the case, and in the place of it, your mind occupies itself with reminiscences, etc., or loses itself in thought. Even music may put a poet or philosopher, indeed any one who does not listen to it with critical ears, into a mood, wherein every one may hunt up or snatch at thought according to his business or pet occupation, which he would never have caught so surely if he had shut himself up alone in his room. The cause of this phenomenon seems to be this, that whenever one of our senses is led by a manifold, which in itself can excite no attention at all, to stray from attending to an object which strikes the sense nerve prominently, our power of thinking is not only relieved from a load, but also animated, in so far as it needs a power of imagination, specially exerted and lasting, to subordinate a material content to the conceptions of its understanding. The English Spectator tells of a lawyer who had a habit, when pleading, of taking a piece of thread from his pocket and twisting it continually around his finger. His cunning opponent had observed this, and secretly taken the thread out of his pocket, whereby the former was quite confounded, and spoke nothing but nonsense. Hence the phrase, "He has lost the thread of his discourse." Section 13. Section 14 of Anthropology. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Anthropology, Book 1, by Immanuel Kant, translated by Adolf Ernst Kroger. Section 14. Concerning the sensuous power of productive imagination according to its different kinds. 29. There are three different kinds of the sensuous power of productive imagination. These are the constructive power of contemplation in space, imaginatio plastica, the associating power of contemplation in time, imaginatio associans, and the relating power, which deals with the common derivation of our representations from each other. A. The sensuous power of imagination as a constructive power. Before an artist can represent a bodily form palpably, as it were, he must have constructed it in his power of imagination, and the form is, in that case, a fiction, which, if it arises involuntarily, as in dreams, is called a fantasy, and does not belong to the artist, but which, if directed by free will, is called a composition or an invention. If the artist furthermore works after images that resemble the works of nature, his products are called natural. But if he works after images that do not occur in nature, such objects are called fantastic, unnatural caricatures, and such works are, as it were, dream pictures of a waking man. Velut egri somnia vene fingutar species. We often and enjoyingly play with our power of imagination. But our imagination also plays very often and frequently very inopportunely with us. The play of imagination with us in our sleep is called dreaming, and occurs even when we are healthy. But if it takes place when we are awake, it betrays an unhealthy condition. Sleep, as the relaxation of all our faculties of external perception, and specially of arbitrary motions, seems to be necessary for all animals, nay, even in plants, in accordance with the analogy between the latter and the former, in order that they may recuperate the forces used up while awake. But the same seems to be the case in regard to dreams, so that our vital forces, if they were not always kept aroused in sleep by dreams, would expire, and the deepest sleep would necessarily bring death along at the same time. If we do say sometimes, nevertheless, that we have had a profound sleep without dreams, it means, after all, probably nothing more than that we do not remember those dreams when waking up. This, indeed, when our fancies succeed each other quickly, may happen even when we are awake, as for instance when we are distrait, in which condition, when someone asks us what we have been thinking about all the time, we have gazed with fixed look at a certain point all the while. We answer, nothing. If there were not, on awakening, many gaps in our memory, connected links between the images of our dreams, which we have passed over through inattention, and if we were in the following night to begin dreaming again where we left off on the previous night, I do not know but we should fancy that we were living in two different worlds. Dreaming is a wise arrangement of nature to excite our vital force by means of emotions which are related to arbitrarily conceived events, while those movements of the body that depend upon our free will, namely those of the muscles, are suspended. But we must not take the visions of our dreams to be revelations of an invisible world. B. The sensuous power of imagination as an associating power. The law of association is this, that empirical representations which follow each other affect the habit in the mind of connecting the last one with the one preceding it, It is in vain to seek for physiological explanation of this phenomenon, whatsoever hypothesis one chooses, which hypothesis is, after all, again a fiction, as for instance that of Descartes with his so-called material ideas in the brain. At any rate, none of these explanations are pragmatical, that is, they cannot be used for any practical purpose, since we have no knowledge of the brain, and the places therein in which we might discover the traces of representative impressions sympathetically harmonized by contact with each other, as it were, at least mediately. The close vicinity, however, oftentimes goes so far, and the power of imagination goes from the 100th to the 1000th link, often so quickly that it seems as if we had skipped certain connecting links in the chain of our representations, although not having become conscious of them, so that we often need to ask ourselves, where was I? At what point did I begin the conversation? And how did I arrive at this conclusion? Author's note. Hence, a person who starts a social conversation must begin with that which is near and present to him, and thus gradually lead on to that which is more remote, in so far as he can make it interesting. The bad weather is, for this purpose, an excellent medium for any one who comes in from the street and enters a social gathering. But to start a conversation, for instance, by citing the latest news from Turkey, as ascertained from the newspapers, would do violence to the imagination of others, who cannot understand why conversation should be turned precisely on the subject of Turkey. The mind needs for the communication of all its thoughts a certain order, as much in conversation as in a sermon. End author's footnote. C. The sensuous power of imagination as a relating power. In speaking about the relation of representations, I speak of the union which results from the derivation of the manifold from one common ground. In social intercourse it is in form a sort of nonsense, breaking off and disturbing all conversation, for people to jump from one topic of discussion to another utterly foreign subject. A bad habit, which is caused by the empirical association of notions that are of purely subjective origin. In one man notions are associated in one way and otherwise in another. It is only when one topic of conversation has been exhausted and a short pause intervenes that a person can introduce another interesting subject. When the power of imagination is made to roam about without rule or guidance, simply by the change of representations that are not connected by anything objective, the brain gets so confused that a person who comes from a conversation of this kind feels as if he had been dreaming. There must always be a theme, as well as in solitary thinking, as in the communication of thoughts, by which we connect the manifold of our representations, and hence the understanding also must always be employed in our thinking. But in the present instance of association, the play of imagination follows the laws of sensuousness, which furnishes the material for the imagination. Hence the association is here formed without consciousness of a rule, although according to a rule, namely of sensuousness, or it is here formed conformably to the understanding, though not derived from the understanding. The word relation, affinitas, recalls here to mind an analogical reciprocal relation, taken from the science of chemistry. Of two specifically distinct material ingredients, intimately acting upon each other and striving to effect a unity, in which case this uniting of both forms a third body, with qualities that can be produced only by the union of two heterogeneous elements. In spite of their heterogeneousness, our understanding and sensuousness so assimilate of their own accord towards the production of our cognition, that it seems as if the one were the product of the other, or as if both had a common origin, which, however, cannot be the case, At any rate, it is to us incomprehensible how heterogeneous elements can originate from one and the same source. Author's footnote. The two first mentioned kinds of the combination of our representations might be called mathematical combinations of enlargement, and the third a dynamical combination of generation, whereby an entirely new substance is produced, as for instance a neutral salt in chemistry. The play of forces in inanimate as well as animate nature, in the soul as well as in the body, is based upon the analysis and synthesis of the heterogeneous. It is true that we arrive at a cognition thereof only through our perception of their effects, but the highest cause and the simple components wherein their substance can be analyzed are for us attainable. What may be the cause that all organic beings of which we have knowledge propagate their species only through the union of the two sexes, which we call the male and the female? We surely cannot assume that the Creator arranged it so only as if he were at play, or for curiosity's sake, and for no other cause than to have such an arrangement set at work on this earth globe of ours. It seems rather that it must be impossible to have organic creatures originate from out the substance of our earth globe by propagation in any other manner than by means of two sexes. In what darkness does human reason lose itself here, when it attempts to fathom, nay, merely to guess at, the origin. End of author's footnote. 30. Illustrations. The power of imagination is, however, not so creative as is sometimes asserted. We cannot imagine rational beings as existing in any other shape than the human form. Hence the sculptor or painter who sketches an angel or a god always sketches a human being. Every other figure seems to his mind to have ingredients which cannot be united in his mind with the construction of a rational being, for instance, wings, talons, or hoofs, but he feels at perfect liberty in regard to the size. Deception, occurring through the force of the imagination, reaches sometimes such a degree in a man that he believes he sees or feels outside of himself what after all is merely in his head. Hence the dizziness which seizes a person who looks down into an abyss, although he stands on a platform large enough to prevent his falling, and perhaps even has hold of a stout railing. Very odd is the fear which some people of sickly mind have of an inner impulse to throw themselves voluntarily down from a steep height. Seeing nauseating matters swallowed by others, as when the Tuskagees suck out and swallow the dirt of their children's noses, affects the spectator towards vomiting, in the same manner as if he himself were forced to do it. The homesickness of the Swiss, and, as I have been told by a general of experience also, of Westphalians and Pomeranians from certain districts, which befalls them when they are removed to other countries, is the effect of a yearning for the places where they have tasted the very simple enjoyments of life, which yearning is produced by recalling the pictures of their youthful years, with their freedom of care and neighborly social intercourse. When they return, however, after a longer absence, they find themselves greatly deceived in their expectations, and thus become cured. It is true, they attribute this to a notion that everything has changed at home while they were gone. But the real cause of their disappointment is, that they cannot take back their youth to the scenes of their youth. It is curious, however, that this homesickness occurs more amongst the country people of a province poor in money, but for that very reason more closely united by ties of brotherhood and cousinships, than amongst those who are busy making money, and have chosen patria ubi bene for their motto. If we have heard of someone that he is a villain, we are inclined to think that we can see malice written in his face, and thus imagination consolidates with perception into one sentiment, especially when passion is added. Helvetius tells of a lady who, looking through a telescope, saw in the moon the shadow of two lovers. The clergyman, who took the glass after she was done with it, said, "Oh no, madam, those are the two towers of a church." To all this we may add still further the effect produced by imagination through sympathy. The sight of a person in a convulsive or epileptic attack inclines others to similar cramp-like movements, just as yawning infects others with a desire to yawn, as Dr. Michaelis says, in speaking of a man belonging to the army in North America who was seized by violent raving, that 2 or 3 of the spectators fell into the same condition, though the attack was but temporary. Hence weak-nerved people, hypochondriacs, should not visit madhouses from motives of curiosity. Usually, however, they avoid it of their own accord, fearing for their minds. It will also be found that persons of a lively disposition, when very attentively listening to someone who is speaking in a passion, especially when the passion is anger, are involuntarily betrayed into a play of their features corresponding to that passion. People also pretend to have observed that married people who live happily together gradually assume a similarity of features, and the explanation given is, that they married each other on account of their similarity, similis simili gaudet, which, however, is wrong. For in the instinct of the sexes, nature impels rather towards differences in the persons who are to fall in love with each other, so that all the manifoldness which nature has implanted in their germs may be developed. The explanation is, that the intimacy and inclination wherewith in their private intercourse, being close together, they look often and long into each other's eyes, produces sympathetic, similar plays of features, which in course of time become permanent forms of countenance. Finally, we may count as belonging to this unintentional play of the productive power of imagination, which is then called fantasy, the inclination to unmalicious lying, which is always found in children and in grown people, however good-natured they are otherwise, now and then, and sometimes almost as an inherited disease. In these cases, when a story is being told, events and adventures crowd upon each other like a down-rolling snow avalanche, being constantly cast forth by the imagination without the story-telling persons having any other benefit to himself in view than to make himself interesting. As, for instance, I may cite Shakespeare's Knight John Falstaff, who changed 2 men in buckram into 11 before he finished his story. End of section 14.
Section 31 of Anthropology. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Amy Graymore. Anthropology, Book 1, by Immanuel Kant, translated by Adolf Ernst Kroger. Section 31. Concerning the means of arousing and tempering the play of the power of imagination. Since the power of imagination is more rich and fruitful in representations than our sensuousness, it becomes, when passion is added to it, more active under the absence than it is in the presence of its object. That is to say, more aroused when something occurs which recalls to the mind the representation of that object, which seems to have been eradicated for a while by other matters. Thus a German prince, a noble-minded man, though otherwise a rough warrior, had undertaken a voyage to Italy in order to rid himself of his love for a lady of common birth. But on his return the first view of her dwelling-place stirred up his imagination far more powerfully than permanent intercourse could have done, and he yielded without further delay to his inclination, which happily fulfilled all his expectations. This disease, being the effect of a fantastic power of imagination, is incurable except through marriage, for marriage is truth. Eripiter persona menet res. Lucretius. The fantastic power of imagination creates a sort of self-communion, and although merely with phenomena of the internal sense, yet in analogy with the external senses. It gives life to night, and elevates it above its actual state, even as the moon, which in broad daylight is to be seen only as an insignificant cloud, makes a grand figure on the skies at evening time. It is at work in him who lucubrates in the silence of the night, or disputes with his imaginary opponent, or pacing his room builds castles in the air. But everything that appears to such a one important at that time loses all its importance on the next morning following the night's sleep, and in the course of time he will experience a decline of his mental faculties as the result of this bad habit. Hence it is a very useful rule, as a measure of psychological diet, for such a person to tame his imagination by going to sleep early in order to be able to rise early, although women and hypochondriacs, who generally derive their morbid state from that very cause, prefer the opposite. Why can we still listen late at night to ghost stories, which in the morning, soon after getting up, appear to everybody absurd and utterly unfit for conversation, whereas at that time we rather ask what has happened new in the house, or in the world at large, or continue our labors of the previous day? The reason is, because that which is in itself mere play is appropriate for the relaxation of the forces exhausted in the daytime, while that which is business is proper for the man who has been strengthened by his night's rest, and been born anew, as it were. The shortcomings, vidia, of the power of imagination are these: that its working is either unbridled, or worse still, ruleless, ephrenis aut perversa. The latter is the worst fault, for the first class of production might, after all, find a place in a possible world, in the world of fable, but the latter have no place in the world, since they contradict each other. As an instance of the former class of imaginations, I may refer to the shudder with which the Arabs regard the stone figures of men and animals, so frequently met with in the Libyan desert. Looking upon them as they do, as human beings petrified by the curse, this is unbridled imagination. But it is a contradiction when the same Arabs imagine that these images of animals will, on the day of universal resurrection, snarl at the artist who made them, and upbraid him because he was not able to endow them with souls. A merely unbridled fantasy can, after all, always take a side turn, as for instance in the case of the poet, of whom Cardinal Este asked, when he was presented with a copy of the book dedicated to him, "Master Ariosto, where the devil did you pick up all this mad stuff?" This sort of fantasy is superabundance and luxury from pure wealth. But ruleless fantasy approaches insanity, wherein the imagination plays unlimited revel in the mind, and the unhappy victim has no control whatever over the course of his ideas. It is still to be remarked that the political artist has, as well as his aesthetical brother, the power to rule and govern the world, mundus vult decipi, by the power of imagination, which he causes to pass current as actuality. For instance, of liberty, as in the English Parliament, or of equality, as in the French Parliament, which however consist of mere formalities. Nevertheless, it is better that mankind should have, were it but the semblance of this ennobling good, than feel itself palpably deprived of it. End of section 31.
Section 16 of Anthropology. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Anthropology, Book 1 by Immanuel Kant, translated by Adolf Ernst Kroger. Section 16. 32. Concerning the faculty of the power of imagination to represent the past and make present the future. The faculty consciously to represent the past is called the power of memory, and the faculty to represent something to oneself as occurring in the future is called the power of prevision. So far as they are sensuous, both of these faculties are founded on the association of the past and future conditions of the subject with its present condition. And although they are not themselves perceptions, they serve to connect perceptions in time, to connect that which no longer is with that which is present, and in a connected experience. They are called faculties of remembrance and of divination, of respisciency and prospiciency, if I may use these expressions, by means of which we become conscious of representations that we might find in a past or in a future condition. A. Concerning memory. Memory is distinguished from the purely reproductive power of imagination in this, that it is able to produce at its will a previous representation, and that hence in it the mind is not a mere play of that representation. Fantasy, that is creative power of imagination, must not mingle with it, for that would make memory untrue. To take hold in memory of something quickly, readily, to recall it, and to retain it for a long time, these are formal perfections of memory, but these qualities are rarely met together. When a person believes that he has something in his memory, but cannot recall it to consciousness, he says that he cannot call it to mind. The endeavor to do so, if nevertheless attempted, is a very great exertion of the brain, and the best method is to let other thoughts busy oneself for a while, looking only casually back upon the object, in which case one will generally seize hold of one of the associate representations that recalls the primitive one. To take hold of something in memory methodically, memori mundere, is called to memorize, not to study, as the vulgar are apt to say of the preacher who merely learns his sermon by heart. This memorizing may be mechanical or ingenious or judicious. The first is based merely on repeated literal repetition, for instance in the learning of the multiplication table, in which instance the student often has to go through the whole series of the words that follow each other in their usual succession in order to arrive at the figure sought for. Thus when the pupil is asked, "How much is 3 times 7?" he will begin at 3 times 3, and arriving at 3 times 7 will also probably catch the 21. But when you ask him how much is 7 times 3, he will not be so quick in arriving at the solution, but will have to reverse the numbers in order to get the answer. It is a solemn formula which has to be learned, in which no expression must be changed, but which has to be learned by heart, as it is called. It happens that men, even of the best kind of memory, are afraid to trust themselves, which very fear is likely to lead them astray, and therefore consider it necessary to read it off aloud. Indeed, the most practical preachers are apt to do so, since the least change of words might make them appear ridiculous. Ingenious memorizing consists in a method of impressing upon memory certain representations, through association with their co-representations that have in themselves, for the understanding, no relation at all to each other, as for instance the sounds of a voice with images utterly dissimilar. In this case people are apt, in order to get hold of something in memory, to burden that memory with still further co-representations, and thus to act absurdly. An unruly attempt on the part of the power of imagination to pair together what cannot be brought under one and the same conception, which is at the same time a contradiction between means and purpose, since the intention is to ease the burden of memory, whereas it is, on the contrary, made heavier by the unnecessarily accumulated association of very dissimilar representations. A remark which explains this phenomenon is this, that wits have seldom a true memory. Ingeniosus non ad modum fida est memoria. Judicious memorizing is nothing else than that of a table of the mental divisions of a system, for instance, Linnau's system. In this case, if we have forgotten something, we can easily recall it to mind by counting up what we have remembered. or it is the memorizing of a table of the visible divisions of a whole, as for instance the provinces of a country on a map, etc., since that also requires understanding, which comes to the aid of imagination. A great assistance to memory is to be had by constructing a commonplace book for general conceptions by means of classification, as for instance when we arrange our books on different shelves with different headings. There is no such a thing as an art of memory, ars memorae. Amongst the various tricks belonging to it we may mention rhymed proverbs, versus memoralis, since the rhythm has a regular fall of syllables, which greatly assist the mechanism of memory. One must not speak contemptuously of the prodigies of memory, of Picus of Mirandola, Scaliger, Angelus Politianus, Magliobecchi, etc., the polyhistorians who carry in their heads a load of books sufficient for 100 camels as material for their different sciences, because, perhaps, they did not possess a judgment proper for the selection of all this knowledge for an appropriate use. It is merit enough to have brought together so much raw material, even if it needs other minds to work it up judiciously. Tentum scimus, quantum memoria tenemus. One of the ancients has said, the art of writing has ruined memory by making it partly superfluous. There is something true in this proposition, for an ordinary man generally has the manifold which he has encountered better arranged on his mental thread, and can therefore recall it easier because his memory is here mechanical, and admits no reasoning to intermingle, whilst the scholar, whose mind is occupied with many foreign thoughts, forgets many of his agreements or homely occupations through mere mental dissipation, because he did not take hold of them with sufficient attention. But to have tablets safely in your pocket, to be quite sure that you can find surely and without difficulty what you have just put into your mind, is at any rate a very great comfort. And the art of writing is, after all, a very glorious art, which, although it is not used for the purpose of communicating knowledge to others, can yet represent the truest and most extensive memory, the lack of which it can replace. Forgetfulness, obliviositas, on the contrary, in this case the mind, however often filled, remains nevertheless always empty, just like a sieve, is proportionately a greater evil. This evil is sometimes brought about without any fault of our own, as in the case of old men, who may well be able to remember the events of their early life, but always forget that which is nearest to their remembrance. Nevertheless, this is often the effect of an habitual mental dissipation, which is apt to affect specially lady novel readers. For, since the only object of that kind of reading is to be entertained for the moment, everyone knowing that it is mere fiction, and the reader having therefore full liberty to follow the bend of his or her own imagination while reading, which naturally dissipates the mind and makes absence of mind, lack of attention to the present, habitual, memory must inevitably be weakened. This exercise in the art of killing time and making oneself useless for the world, and yet complaining afterwards of the shortness of life, is one of the most dangerous enemies to memory, apart from the fantastic mental condition which it produces. End of section 16. Section 17 of Anthropology. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Anthropology, Book 1, by Immanuel Kant, translated by Adolf Ernst Kroger. Section 17. B. Concerning the faculty of prevision. Previsio. 33. It is of more interest to possess this faculty than any other, since it is the condition which determines all possible practical acting, and all the objects to which man relates the use of his powers. all our powers turn upon a dubious or certain prevision of what our powers are able to accomplish. We look back into the past, remember, only with a view to make possible thereby our looking into the future, looking around as we do from our standpoint of the present, in a general way in order to resolve upon or prepare ourselves for something. Empirical prevision is the expectation of similar occurrences, expectatio casuum similium, and requires no intellectual knowledge of causes and effects, but merely a memory of observed occurrences as they usually follow each other, and repeated experience in these matters produces an aptness in this memorizing. It is a matter of great interest to a seaman and a farmer how the wind and weather may turn. But our prevision in this respect does not reach much farther than the common almanac, the prophecies whereof we praise when they are fulfilled, and forget when they do not come to pass, and which thus always retain some consideration anyway. One might almost believe that Providence had purposely arranged the change of weather in so inscrutable a manner in order that man might not find it too easy to make proper arrangements for every occasion in his life, but be compelled to use his reason in order to be prepared for every occurrence. To live thoughtlessly from day to day does not confer much honor upon man's understanding, it is true, as in the case of the Caribbee Island Indian, who sells his hammock at mornings, and is astonished in the evening to find that he does not know how to sleep through the night. But, provided that it involves no offence against morality, we may well consider a person who is hardened against all the events of life happier than one who kills all delight in life by constantly entertaining gloomy views. Of all prospects which a man may look for, the most comfortable one is probably a moral condition which gives him reason to believe in its permanence and a further advance towards improvement. But if, although courageously resolved to lead hereafter a new and a better mode of life, he is forced to say to himself, I suppose it will not amount to anything after all, because he has so often made the same sort of a promise to himself, but always broken it under the plea of an exception for that one accepted time, then he is certainly in a disconsolate condition, arising from the constant expectation of the same results. But where the future depends upon the fate that hangs over us, and not on the use of our own free will, this looking ahead is either a presentiment, presentio, or pre-expectation, praesagitio. The former suggests, as it were, an occult sense for the perception of what has not yet become present; the latter, a consciousness of the future, derived from reflection on the law of causality in the sequence of events. One sees clearly that all presentiments are brain spectres, for how can we feel that which as yet is not? But if they are judgments based upon dim conceptions of such a casual relation, then they are not presentiments, since we can discover the conceptions which lead to them, and explain the grounds of those judgments. Presentiments are generally of the painful kind. A feeling of dread, which arises from physical causes, precedes with an uncertainty as to the cause of the dread. But there are also presentiments of a joyful and bold kind, indulged in by enthusiasts who scent the approaching unveiling of a mystery, for which man nevertheless has no receptive sense, and who believe that they see with their eyes just newly uncovered the presentiment of that which they, as seers, expect in mystic contemplation. The second sight of the Scottish Highlanders, with which some of them believe they see a person hung up on the ship mast, whose death they then, as soon as their ship reaches shore, pretend to have been just advised, belongs to the same class of enchantments. C. Concerning the gift of prophecy, facultas divinatrix. 34. To foretell, to divine the future, and to prophesy are distinguished in this, that the first is a prevision, according to laws of experience, and hence natural; the second, opposed to the known laws of experience, and hence unnatural; while the third is an inspiration by means of a cause distinct from nature, or held to be so distinct and hence supernatural. Therefore the latter gift, seeming as it does to originate from the influence of a god, is also called the real faculty of divination, for it is wrong to call every clever anticipation of the future a divination. If we say of someone, he prophesies this or that, this may indicate a very natural talent. But if, in doing so, he pretends to be supernaturally inspired, we ought to say of him, he is a fortune teller, as in the case of the gypsies, who call palmistry reading the planets, or of the astrologers and treasure hunters, with whom we may also class the gold makers, supreme over all of whom ranked in ancient times Pythia, rank in our day the ragged Siberian shaman. The prophetic utterances of the auspices and haruspices of the Romans had in view not so much the discovery of what lies concealed in the future of the world's events as the will of the gods, to which their religion taught them to submit. But how the poets came also to consider themselves inspired or possessed, and prophets, vates, and to boast of receiving inspiration in their poetical moods, furor poeticus, can be explained only by the fact that the poet does not execute his work at leisure, like a prose writer or orator, but must wait for a favorable moment, when happy thoughts and images crowd upon him of their own accord, as it were, he remaining in a manner passive. And indeed it is an old saying, that a certain dose of madness is always applied to genius. This explains also the faith in oracles which people believed were to be found in passages chosen at random from the works of celebrated poets, who were impelled by inspiration to say, sortis Virgilians, a means of discovering the will of heaven similar to that of modern pietists, who use their devotional books for the same purpose, and also in the interpretation of the Sibylline books, which are said to have foretold the Romans the fate of their state, in which they unfortunately lost, partly owing to misapplied economy. All prophecies that foretell the unavoidable fate of a nation, which nevertheless is held to arise from its own fault, and therefore produced by its free will, are not only useless, the presupposition being that the fate cannot be escaped, but also absurd, since in their unconditioned destiny, discretum absolutum, they postulate a mechanism of freedom, the conception whereof contradicts itself. Probably the height of absurdity or deception in prophecy was reached when a lunatic was regarded as a seer of invisible things, as though a spirit had taken the place of his soul, which for that time had absented itself from its home in his body, and was speaking through him, whereupon the poor soul invalid, or perhaps a mere epileptic, was taken for an energumenon, possessed, and if the demon was regarded as one of the good-natured kind, he was called by the Greeks amantes, and his interpreter a prophet. Every kind of stupidity has been exhausted in order to bring within our reach the future, the prevision whereof so much interests us, mere skipping all the steps that might lead us to its cognition by the way of the understanding and experience. O curus hominum! No prophesying science is so certain and yet so far-reaching as that of astronomy, which predicts the revolutions of the heavenly bodies in infinity. But even this was not sufficient to prevent the accession of a mysticism, which did not make dependent, as reason demands, the numbers of the world epochs from events, but on the contrary made events dependent upon certain numbers, and thus turned chronology itself, so necessary a condition of history, into a fable. End of section 17.
Section 35 of Anthropology. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Amy Graymore. Anthropology, Book 1, by Immanuel Kant. Translated by Adolf Ernst Kroger. End of section 35. Concerning involuntary imaginations in a healthy condition, or dreams. It does not come within the province of a pragmatical anthropology to inquire what sleep, dreams, somnambulism, which includes loud speaking in sleep, may be. For we cannot deduce from these phenomena any rules of our condition in dreaming, since those rules apply only to the waking person, who does not desire to dream, but wishes thoughtlessly to sleep. Again, that was a cruel saying, and utterly opposed to experience, which is attributed to the Greek emperor, who condemned a man to death that had been reported as having had a dream wherein he murdered the emperor. Well, he would not have dreamed it if he had not thought about it while awake. Dreaming seems to appertain to sleeping so necessarily that to sleep and to die would be one and the same, if dreaming were not added as a natural, though involuntary, agitation of the internal vital organs by the power of imagination. Thus I well remember, have I, being a boy, tired out by play, laid me down to sleep, and in the moment of dropping off to sleep, was quickly awakened by a dream, as if I had fallen into the water, and near drowning, was being turned around in a circle, but all in order to fall soon asleep again, and more quietly, probably because the activity of the chest muscles in breathing, which depends altogether upon the will, relaxes, and must therefore, the movement of the heart being checked by the stoppage of the breath, be revived by the imagination of the dream. To this we may also count the beneficial effect of dreams in the so-called nightmares, incubus. For without this terrible imagination of a monster that oppresses us, and the exertion of all our muscular power to change our position, the stoppage of the blood would soon put an end to our life. This seems to be the reason why nature has so arranged matters that most of our dreams involve difficulties and dangerous circumstances, since such pictures excite the forces of our soul more than dreams wherein everything happens according to our desire. We often dream that we cannot lift ourselves on our feet, or that we have lost ourselves, or stopped in the middle of a sermon, or through forgetfulness put on a nightcap instead of a wig on entering a large assembly, or that we can fly in the air like a bird, or burst out in joyful laughter without knowing why. But it will probably remain a mystery forever, how it happens that in our dreams we are often transported back to long vanished times, and speak with people long since dead, and that, although we are tempted to look upon the whole occurrence as a dream, we nevertheless feel ourselves compelled to consider the dream an actuality. But we may probably accept it as certain that there can be no sleep without dreaming, and that a person who thinks he has not dreamed has only forgotten his dream. End of section 35.
Section 19 of Anthropology. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Anthropology, Book 1, by Immanuel Kant, translated by Adolf Ernst Kroger. Section 19. Concerning the designatory faculty and signs. 36. Concerning the designatory faculty. Faculty, Signatrix. The faculty of cognizing the present as a means of connecting the representation of the foreseen with that of the past is called the designatory faculty. The act of the mind in effecting this connection is the affixing of a sign, signatio, also called signalizing, and the higher degree whereof is named distinction. Forms of things, so far as they serve only as a means of obtaining representations through conceptions, are symbols, and cognition by means thereof is called symbolic or figurative, speciosia. Letters or hieroglyphics are not exactly symbols, for they may also be merely mediate, indirect signs, signifying nothing in themselves, but leading to contemplations, and thereby to conceptions, only by means of association. Hence symbolical cognition must be opposed, not to intuitive, but to discursive cognition, in which latter the sign, character, accompanies the conception only as a custodian, custos, for the purpose of reproducing it at some future time. Hence symbolical cognition is opposed, as said before, not to intuitive cognition, which arises from sensuous contemplation, but to intellectual cognition, which arises from conceptions. Symbols are merely means of the understanding, and this they are only indirectly, by an analogy with certain contemplations to which the conceptions thereof can be applied, in order to give them significance through the representation of an object. Persons who can express themselves only symbolically have not as yet many conceptions of the understanding, and the much admired and vivid expressiveness in the speeches of savages, often also in those of the so-called sages of the uncultured people, is nothing but a poverty of conceptions, and hence also of words, whereby to express them. Thus, when the American savage says, "Let us bury the tomahawk," he means, "Let us make peace." Indeed, the ancient songs and epics, from those of Homer to those of Ossian, or from those of an Orpheus to those of the prophets, owe the brilliancy of their execution solely to the lack of means whereby to express their conceptions. To make out the actual, sensually perceptible phenomena of the world to be the mere symbols of a spiritual world remaining behind concealed, as Swedenborg does, is an absurdity. But to distinguish in the representation of the conceptions that belong to morality, which constitutes the essence of religion, and that therefore appertains to pure reason, which conceptions are called ideas, the symbolical from the intellectual part, church service from religion, and thus to separate the perhaps temporarily useful and necessary whole from the subject matter itself, this is enlightenment. Since otherwise an ideal of pure practical reason would be exchanged for an idol, and the object aimed at would thus be missed. It is undeniable that all the people of the earth have begun with this exchanging, and that if we wish to ascertain what their teachers have really thought in writing their holy books, we must interpret them not symbolically but literally, since it would be dishonest to misinterpret their words. But if we have in view not merely the truthfulness of the teacher, but also, and mainly, the truth of the doctrine, we must interpret that doctrine as a merely symbolical mode of representation, to accompany those practical ideas by certain established forms and usages, since otherwise the spiritual meaning, which constitutes the chief end in view, would become lost. 37. We may divide signs into arbitrary, artificial, natural, and miraculous signs. A. Amongst the first named class of signs are 1. Gestures, mimics also, since they are partly natural. 2. Letters, signs for speech. 3. Notes, signs for tones. 4. Ciphers, Signs agreed upon between certain persons, and only for the use of the eye. 5. Crest. Signs of hereditary rank. 6. Uniform and livery. Signs of service. 7. Orders. Signs of honor and merit. 8. Brands. Signs of disgrace. We must also count in the signs of pauses, interrogations, exclamations, etc., used in writing. All language is the expression of thoughts by signs, and vice versa. The best mode of expressing thoughts by signs is that afforded by language. This greatest means of all to understand oneself and make oneself understood by others. To think is to speak with oneself. The Otaheite Indians call thinking speech in the belly, and hence also to hear oneself inwardly through the reproductive power of imagination. To the deaf and dumb, his speech is a feeling of the movement of his lips, tongue, and jaw, and it is scarcely possible to imagine that in speaking he does anything else than to carry on a play with his bodily feelings, he having really no conceptions or thoughts. But even persons who can speak and hear do not always understand themselves or others, and it is mainly due to a deficiency in the faculty of designation, or to a faulty use thereof, people taking signs for things, or vice versa, that men are often so far apart in their notions, especially in matters appertaining to reason, though they are agreed in their speech. This is made apparent only by accident, namely, when each one acts on his own notions. B. So far as the natural signs are concerned, the relation of the signs to the designated things is, in regard to time, either demonstrative, or recollective, or prognostic. The beat of our pulse makes known to the doctor the present feverish condition of the patient, even as smoke indicates a fire. The reagents discover to the chemist the matters concealed in water, even as the weathercock shows the direction of the wind. But whether a blush betrays consciousness of guilt, or rather a tender feeling of honor, or merely the indignity felt at an insulting proposition, it is in certain instances impossible to say. Tombstones and mausoleums are signs of our remembrance of the dead. In the same class of signs, or as tokens of the perpetual memory of the past power of a king, we may count the pyramids. Layers of shells in districts far removed from the seas, or the holes of the Pholads in the high Alps, or volcanic remnants where at present there are no eruptions, show us the ancient condition of the world, and form the basis of an archaeology of nature. To be sure, not so vivid as the scars of a warrior. The ruins of Palermo, Baalbek, and Persepolis are speaking memorials of the art condition of ancient states, and sad mementos of the change of all things. Prognostical signs interest more than all others, because in the series of changes the present is only a moment, and the motive which determines our action desires the present only for the sake of the future, ob futura consequentia, and calls particular attention to it. In regard to future events in the world, we have the surest prognosis in astronomy. But this becomes childish and fantastic when the stellar configurations, conjunctions, and changes of planetary position are represented as allegorical characters written on the pages of the sky, telling of the impending fates of men, as in the Astrologia Judiciaria. The natural prognostic signs of an impending illness or cure, or those, like the Facies Hippocratica, of approaching death, are phenomena which, based upon long and frequent experience, serve also, when apprehended in their connection as cause or effect, to guide the physician in directing a cure. Of such a kind are the so-called critical days. But the auguries and haruspices instituted by the Romans for political purposes were a superstition sanctioned by the state to direct the people in periods of danger. C. So far as miraculous signs are concerned, events in the nature of things turned topsy-turvy, they consist, if we except those that nowadays no one thinks important any more, such as the birth of monstrosities amongst men, or cattle, of the following: signs and wonders in the heavens, comets, meteors, auroras, nay, even eclipses of the sun and moon, especially when such signs crowd together, or perhaps even are accompanied by war, pestilence, etc., in which cases they seem to the terrified mob as announcing the approaching day of judgment and the end of the world. Appendix. A curious instance of the manner in which the power of imagination plays with man in substituting signs for things, as if the former had an inner reality of their own, and as if the latter adjusted themselves to the former, deserves special mention here. Since we cannot divide the course of the moon according to its 4 phases, new moon, first quarter, full moon, and last quarter, more exactly into round numbers than by giving it 28 days, the Arabs on that account dividing the zodiac into the 28 houses of the moon, of which 1 quarter makes 7 days, the number 7 has obtained a vast mystical importance, to which even the creation of the world has been forced to conform, especially since the Ptolemaic system taught also 7 planets, just as 7 tones were put into the gamut, 7 simple colors in the rainbow, and 7 was said to be the number of the metals. Thus there arose the graduated years, 7 plus 7, and 9 also, being a mystical number with the Hindus, 7 plus 9, as likewise 9 plus 9, at the end of which human life was said to be in great danger. And the 70-year weeks of the Jews, 490 years, constitute really, in Jewish Christian chronology, not only the divisions of the most important changes in its history, from the call of God to Abraham to the birth of Christ, but determine also a priori, and with minute exactness, the limits of those divisions, just as if chronology ought not to conform itself to history, but history to chronology. But even in other matters it becomes a habit to make things dependent upon numbers. A doctor, to whom his patient sends a fee by his servant, and who, upon opening the package, finds $11 therein, will begin to suspect that the servant has appropriated $1. For why, he will argue, is the dozen not full? A person who buys porcelain things at an auction will bid less if the dozen is not full, and if he bids on a lot of 13 plates, he will value the 14th only as a guarantee that if one of the dozen should break, he will be able to replace it. But why should this number have a special preference, since we do not invite guests to dinner by the dozen? A man left to his cousin in his will 11 silver spoons, and added, "He knows best why I do not bequeath him the 12th." The young good-for-nothing, namely, had at one time, when dining with his cousin, secretly slipped a spoon into his pocket, which the cousin observed well enough, but said nothing about at the time, so as not to disgrace the reprobate. Now, when the will was opened and read, everyone could easily guess the meaning of the testator, but solely through the accepted prejudice that only a dozen is a round number. The 12 signs of the zodiac, in analogy with which number the 12 jurymen in England seem to have been hit upon, have also received such a mystical significance. In Italy, Germany, and elsewhere also, perhaps it is considered ominous to have 13 guests at the dinner table, it being supposed that in such a case one of them, whoever it may be, must die within the year. And at a table to which 12 judges have been invited, the 13th who chances to be amongst them is sure to be the criminal who will be put on trial. I was present once myself at such an occasion, when the lady of the house noted this mishap and quietly beckoned her son to leave the table and dine in another room, so as not to disturb the cheerfulness of the guests. But even the mere size of the numbers, when one has enough of the things which they designate, excites astonishment from the simple fact that they do not by chance fill a division of numbers made on the decimal principle, and hence in itself altogether arbitrary. Thus the Emperor of China is said to have a fleet of 9,999 ships, and we ask ourselves secretly, why not one more? Although the answer might well be, because 9,999 are enough for his use. But our question had, in point of fact, not the usefulness of the fleet in view, but originated solely in a sort of numerical mysticism. The matter is worse still, though by no means unusual, when somebody, by economizing or cheating, has at last succeeded in accumulating a fortune of $90,000 in cash, and has now no rest until he has $100,000 in full, although he does not need them, and in the effort, perhaps, if he does not get the gallows, at least merits it. To what childish tricks does a man condescend, even in his mature age, if he allows himself to be directed by the guiding threads of sensuousness. Let us now see, in the next division of our work, how much or how little better he will act when he follows his path by the light of the understanding. End of section 19. Section 20 of Anthropology. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Anthropology, Book 1, by Immanuel Kant, translated by Adolf Ernst Kroger. Section 20. Concerning the weaknesses and diseases of the soul in regard to its faculty of cognition. A. General division. Sections 38 to 42 of the book are missing. 43. The defects of the faculty of cognition are either weaknesses or diseases of the mind. The diseases of the soul, in their relation to the faculty of cognition, may be subdivided under two chief divisions. The one is called the mood disease, hypochondria. The other is called the perturbed mind, mania. In regard to the former, the patient is well aware that the current of his thoughts is not all right, his reason not having sufficient self-control to direct, check, or hurry on the direction of that current. Untimely joy and untimely sorrows, hence moods, change as does the weather, which we have to take even as it comes. So far as the second is concerned, it is a voluntary flow of thought, which has its own subjective rule, but runs contrary to the objective current of thought, which harmonizes with the laws of experience. In regard to the sensuous representation, a disorder of the mind is called either idiocy or insanity. As an upsetting or topsy-turvying of the power of judgment and of reason, it is called craziness or derangement. A man who in his imagination habitually neglects to compare them with the laws of experience, for instance, who dreams while awake, is a fantastic person. A man of whims, if he does so with pathos, affect, he is an enthusiast. Unexpected promptings of a fantastic person are called moods of fantasticality, raptus. Simpletons, stupids, numbskulls, blockheads, and fools are distinguished from deranged people not only in regard to degree, but also in regard to the different qualities of their moods, and the former are not yet qualified for the insane asylum, which is a place where men must be kept in order, by another's reason, in spite of the maturity and strength of their own age, in view of their inability to attend to themselves to the smallest affairs of life. Insanity, when allied to pathos, is madness, which may often be original, but at the same time may come involuntarily, in which case it comes near to genius. Let one instance the poetic inspiration, furor poeticus. But such an influx of the more gentle but unruly current of ideas, when it touches reason, is called flightiness, schwärmerei. To brood over one and the same idea, which yet has no possible object, for instance, over the death of a husband, who cannot be called back to life, simply in order to find rest in the pain itself, is dumb craziness. Superstition is rather allied to insanity, Wahnsinn, and flightiness rather to craziness, Wahnwitz. The latter sort of mental disease is also often called, in a milder phrase, exaltation or eccentricity. To talk wildly when in a fever or an attack of aberration, say in a state of epilepsy, which is often excited sympathetically by a powerful imagination, through the mere fixed gaze of a madman, for which reason persons of very excitable nerves should not extend their curiosity to the very cells of such unfortunates, is nevertheless not to be treated as insanity. But that which is called a conceit is not a disease of the mind, for that is generally understood to be a moody aberration of the inner sense, but is usually a haughtiness which borders on insanity, and its claim that others should, in comparison with such a person, despise themselves, runs entirely contrary to its own purpose, just as in the case of madmen. For by raising such a claim he excites those same people to curtail his vanity in all possible respects, to ridicule him, and expose him to laughter on account of his offensive foolishness. More mild is the expression, he is crotchety. German, he has a cricket in his head, has a Marot, a principle which is claimed to be popular, though it nowhere finds approval among the wise. As, for instance, let me cite the case when a man claims the gift of certain presentiments similar to the inspirations of Socrates, or of certain influences said to be based on experience, though they are utterly inexplicable, such as sympathy, antipathy, idiosyncrasy, etc., qualitates occultae, which chirp like a cricket in the brain, and which, nevertheless, no one else can hear. The mildest of all manners of overstepping the limits of sound reason is the riding of a hobby horse, a disposition to employ oneself purposely with pet objects of the imagination, which the understanding merely plays with for its occupation, as with a real business, and thus, as it were, a busied idleness. For old people of competence, and who have retired from business, this disposition, which retreats again, as it were, into careless childhood, is not only healthy, as an agitation which always keeps the vital forces astir, but also amiable. At the same time it is ridiculous to such a degree that the ridiculed himself must good-humouredly join in the laugh against him. But even with the young and busy people this hobby riding serves as a recreation, and those wiseacres who criticize such petty innocent follies with pedantic seriousness deserve stern admonition. Why, let every one ride his hobby horse up and down the streets of the city, provided he does not force you to mount behind him. B. Concerning the weakness of the faculty of cognition. He who lacks wit is called dull. obtusum caput. Nevertheless, he may have a very good mind for matters that concern only the understanding and reason. But let no one ask him to attempt the poet, as in the case of Clavius, for instance, whom his tutor was about to apprentice to a blacksmith, because he could make no verses, but who, when he got a mathematical book in his hands, became a great mathematician. A mind of slow comprehension is not necessarily a weak mind, even as a mind of quick comprehension is not always thorough, and often very shallow. A lack of judgment without wit is called stupidity, stupitatis. With wit it is called silliness. He who shows judgment in business affairs is called clever. If he combines wit with judgment, he is called smart. He who merely affects either of these qualities, that is, the pretentious wit as well as the would-be smart man, is disgusting. Failures and missteps sharpen the wit, but he who has reached such a height in this school that he can make others smart through their failures has dulled his own wit. Ignorance is not stupidity, as in the case of the lady who, to the question of an accommodation, "Do horses eat also at night?" replied, "How can so learned a man be so stupid?" But it is a proof of good understanding if a person knows only how to question well, so that he may be properly advised on the subject either by nature or by some other person. A person is called a simpleton when his mind is unable to comprehend much, but this does not constitute him stupid unless he comprehends it wrongly. Honest but stupid, as some people improperly describe Pomeranian servants, for instance, is a false and very censurable expression. It is false, because honesty, fulfilling duty on principle, is practical reason. It is very censurable, because it presupposes that every one who feels himself able thereto would cheat, and that his not cheating arises only from his inability. Hence the proverbs, "That man has not invented powder," "He will not betray his country," "He is no wizard," etc., betray misanthropic principles, namely in this, that even when we presuppose the good will of the persons whom we know, we cannot be sure of it, but can be sure only in regard to their inability or incapacity. Thus, as Hume says, "The Grand Sultan does not confide his harem to the virtue of those whom he appoints its guardians, but to their inability, by appointing black eunuchs." To be very limited, narrow-minded, in regard to the extensiveness of one's conceptions does not of itself constitute stupidity. It all depends on their quality, on the governing principles. When people allow themselves to be gulled by treasure finders, gold makers, and lottery dealers, this must not be ascribed to their stupidity, but to their evil will. That is, their purpose to become rich at the expense of others, without a proportioned exertion of their own. Craftiness, cunning, slyness, virtutia astutia, is the ability to cheat others. The question now is, whether the cheat must be smarter than he who is easily cheated, and whether the latter is stupid. The warm-hearted person who readily trusts, that is, believes, gives credit, etc., is often also, though improperly, called a fool, because he is an easy catch for rascals, in accordance with the proverb, "When fools go to market, the salesmen rejoice." It is true, and a maxim of prudence, that I should never again trust the man who has cheated me once, for he is corrupt in his principles. But not to trust other people, because one man has cheated me, is misanthropy. The real fool is the cheat. But how if one great fraud has enabled him to place himself in such a position that he no longer needs the confidence of others? It is true that in such a case the character in which he appears undergoes a change, but only to this extent, that whereas the cheated cheater is ridiculed, men spit upon the lucky cheat, and thus there is, after all, no advantage to be gained by cheating. Author's footnote. The Palestines who live among us have fallen into the not unfounded reputation of being for the greater part addicted to cheating, ever since their exile, owing to their usurious tendency. Now it is true that it seems strange to conceive of a nation of cheats, but it surely is quite as strange to conceive of a nation composed altogether of merchants, the greater part of whom, united by an old superstition recognized by the state wherein they live, aspire to no civil honors, but try to replace the loss of it by the advantages to be obtained in overreaching the people who extend to them protection, and even in overreaching each other. Now it is true that this cannot be otherwise with a whole nation of merchants, they thus being non-productive members of society, like the Jews in Poland, and hence their constitution, sanctioned by old traditions, and even recognized by us, among whom they live, and who have certain holy writings with them in common, cannot be abrogated by us without our becoming guilty of inconsequence, although they make it the highest principle of their morality in dealing with us that every purchaser ought to keep his eyes wide open, instead of entering upon idle plans to make the people moral in regard to the points of cheating and honesty. I prefer to express my notion concerning the origin of this curious constitution, namely, a people composed solely of merchants. Wealth was carried in the most ancient times by commerce from India across the land to the western coasts of the Mediterranean and the ports of Phoenicia, which includes Palestine. Now it is true that it could also have taken its way across many other places, for instance Palmyra, and in older times Tyre, Sidon, etc., and likewise with a slight turn across the sea as Eziongeber and Elat, perhaps also from the Arabic coast of Thebes, and thus across Egypt to that same Syrian coast. But Palestine, of which Jerusalem was the capital, was also advantageously situated for the caravan trade. Probably the phenomenon of the ancient Solomonic wealth was the effect of this commerce, and the surrounding country of Palestine, even at the time of the Romans, was filled with merchants, who, after the destruction of Jerusalem, having previously established communications with other tradesmen of the same language and religion, gradually spread, together with these, into far removed countries, into Europe, always keeping in communication with each other, and finding protection from those other countries on account of the advantages derived from their trade. It thus appears that their dispersion over the whole world, together with their union in religion and language, cannot at all be placed to the account of a curse pronounced upon this people, but must rather be considered a blessing, especially as their wealth, estimated by individual possession, probably now exceeds that of any other people of the same number of persons. End of note by Immanuel Kant, the author. End of section 20. Section 21 of Anthropology. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Anthropology, Book 1 by Immanuel Kant, translated by Adolf Ernst Kroger. Section 21. Mental Diversion, Distractio. Concerning the manner in which to cognize the internal as well as the external of man. Section 44 is missing. 45. Mental diversion, distractio, is the condition of a turning off of attention, abstractio, from certain dominant representations, by distributing them among others of a dissimilar kind. If it occurs purposely, it is called dissipation. If involuntarily, it is termed absence of mind, absentia. One of the weaknesses of the human mind is this: to be nailed to some representation or another to which we have applied great or permanent attention, and from which we are not now able to relieve ourselves, that is, not able to again make our power of imagination free. When this defect becomes a habit, and is always directed to one and the same object, it may turn into insanity. To be absent-minded in society is impolite, frequently also ridiculous. Women are generally subject to this infirmity, unless they have turned their attention to study. A servant who is absent-minded when attending at the table has generally something evil in his mind, either some evil of which he fears the consequences, or some evil which he proposes to do. But to divert our mind, that is, to give a diversion to our involuntary reproductive power of imagination, for instance, when a clergyman, having finished his memorized sermon, desires to prevent its afterward haunting his mind, this is a necessary and in part also artificial procedure for taking care of the health of our minds. A protracted pondering upon one and the same object leaves behind an echo, as it were, even as the music of a dance, if long continued, still keeps humming in the ears of those who return from their revels. Or, as in the case of children who incessantly repeat one and the same bon mot of their fancy, especially if it sounds rhythmical, an echo which annoys the mind, and can only be stopped by diverting and directing the attention to other objects, such, for instance, as the reading of newspapers. The regathering of our faculties, collectio animi, so as to be prepared for every new business, is a restoration of the balance of power of our mental forces, which promotes the health of the mind. Social entertainments and amusements of varied characters are, like games, the most wholesome means for this purpose. But such entertainments must not skip abruptly from one thing to another, against the natural association of ideas, for in that case the social party disperses in a condition of distraction of mind, the 100th being mixed with the 1000th, unity of conversation lacking altogether, and the mind thus finding itself utterly confused and in need of a new diversion wherewith to disperse the former. From this it appears that there must be an art, not a common art, for busy people to diet their minds in order to gain new strength. But when we have gathered our thoughts together, that is, have prepared ourselves to do with them as it pleases us, we cannot on that account call any one who intentionally gives way to his thoughts in an improper place, or improperly in his business relations to another person, taking no notice of such place or relation, distrait, but only absent-minded, to be which in society is certainly impolite. Hence it is not a common art to divert ourselves without ever becoming distrait, which latter condition, if it become habitual, gives to the man subject to this infirmity the appearance of a dreamer, and makes him useless for society, since he follows his own imagination in its free play, uncontrolled by reason. The reading of novels has, among many other disturbances of the mind, also this result, that it makes a habit of mental diversion. For although by sketching characters which can actually be found among men, though they be somewhat exaggerated, it gives a connection to thought, as if the novel were a real history, which must always be told in a certain systematic manner. It nevertheless allows the mind, while reading, to switch off, as it were, that is, to insert still other events as fictions, whereby the mental operation becomes fragmentary, and we permit our representations of one and the same object to play in our mind disjointedly, sparsum, and not connectedly, conjunctim, or according to the unity of our understanding. The teacher in the pulpit or in the academic lecture room, likewise the prosecuting attorney or the lawyer in the court room, must exhibit three kinds of attention. Firstly, as to what he says now, so that he may express it clearly. Secondly, as to what he has said. And thirdly, as to what he is going to say. For if he omits to attend to any one of these things, that is, to arrange them in this precise order, he distracts his own mind, as well as that of his hearers or readers, and an otherwise good enough mind can, under such circumstances, not escape the charge of being in a state of confusedness. 46. An itself healthy understanding, one which has no mental weakness, may nevertheless be accompanied with weaknesses in regard to its application, which necessitate either postponement until it attains proper ripeness by growth, or the being represented by another person in regard to his business matters which are of a civil character. The natural or legal incapacity of an otherwise healthy man to use his own understanding in civil affairs is called Unmündigkeit. If it is founded on unripeness of age, it is called minority. But if it is founded on legal institutions for the transaction of public business, it may be called the legal and civil Unmündigkeit. Children are naturally unmündig, and their parents are their natural guardians. Married women are held civilly unmündig at any age, the husband being the natural curator. But it is different when a wife holds property apart from her husband. For although the woman has, by virtue of the nature of her sex, sufficient mouth tools to represent herself and her husband before court, so far as talk is concerned in all cases relative to the mine and thine, and hence might be considered even übermündig in this respect, still, as little as it becomes woman's sex to enter the army ranks, even so little does it become her to defend her rights in a person and carry on legal business for herself. She needs a representative for this purpose, and this legal Unmündigkeit in regard to public transactions gives her all the more power in regard to household affairs, wherein the right of the weaker party becomes a factor to revere and defend, which the male sex feels itself bound by its very nature. Still, however degrading, it is very comfortable to make oneself unmündig, to be under tutelage. And of course there is no lack of leaders who make use of this pliancy of the large masses, that are not like to unite of their own accord, and who know how to represent to them that it is dangerous to use one's own understanding without the leadership of another, nay, that this danger is great and probably fatal. The head of a state calls himself the father of his country, because he knows better than his subjects how to make them happy. But the people are, for their own benefit, condemned to perpetual tutelage. And when Adam Smith says improperly of the rulers that they themselves are without exception the greatest spendthrifts of all, he is nevertheless powerfully refuted by the wise laws regulating luxury passed in many countries. The clergy keep the laymen strictly and persistently in their tutelage. The people have no voice and no judgment in regard to the path which they have to take in order to reach heaven. It needs not man's own eyes to reach that place. They will guide him sure enough. And though they put holy writings in his hands, so that he may see with his own eyes, he is at the same time warned by his leaders not to find anything else than what they assure him they have already discovered in them. everywhere the mechanical direction of men under the rule of others is considered the surest means to make them follow a legal order. Scholars love, as a rule, to remain under the tutelage of their wives in regard to household affairs. A scholar buried among his books, on hearing a servant cry, "There's fire in one of those rooms," replied, "You know that those matters belong to my wife." Finally, a man may become unmündig again, after having been mündig, for instance, when he has turned out a spendthrift, or when, after having acquired legal majority, he exhibits a weakness of the mind in the administration of his property, which stamps him a child or idiot. But the consideration of this matter lies beyond the field of anthropology. End of section 21. Section 22 of Anthropology. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Anthropology, Book 1, by Immanuel Kant, translated by Adolf Ernst Kroger. Section 22. Dull. Hebes. 47. Dull, Hebes, like an unsharpened knife or axe, we call anyone whom we cannot teach anything, who is incapable of learning. A person who is capable only of imitating is called a simpleton, whereas he who can himself originate products of the mind or of art is called a genius. Quite apart from both is simplicity in opposition to artificiality, of which latter quality we say that perfect art again becomes nature, and which quality we attain only at a late period in our lives. This simplicity is a faculty to attain the same object by an economy of means, that is, without circumlocution. He who possesses this gift, the wise man, is, with all his simplicity, not at all a simpleton. Stupid we call preeminently anyone who cannot be used for business purposes, because he possesses no power of judgment. A fool is a person who sacrifices things that are valuable to objects that have no value, for instance his home happiness, to outside show. Foolishness, when it becomes offensive, is called folly. You may call a man foolish without offending him. Nay, he may confess himself to be a fool, but to be called fool, as signifying to be the tool of knaves, in Pope's use of the word, no one can bear quietly. Footnote: when we say to another person in reply to his jokes and tricks, "You have no sense," this is a somewhat flat expression for "you are joking," or "are you not smart?" The smart person is one who judges correctly and practically, but without art. Experience can make a smart man a sensible man, that is, enable him to use his understanding with art, but nature alone can make the man smart. Haughtiness is folly, for firstly it is foolish to ask of others that they should esteem themselves little in comparison with me, and hence my requests result only in neglect. But such a request involves also offense, and this affects deserved hate. The word fool, when applied to a woman, has not that harsh significance, since a man does not believe that he can be offended by the vain presumption of a woman. Hence the word folly seems to be applicable only to the conception of a man's haughtiness. When we call a person who has injured himself for time and for all eternity a fool, and when we thus mix contempt with hatred of him, although he has not offended us, we must consider the offense as one committed against all mankind, and hence as committed against another person. He who acts directly contrary to his own legal advantages is also called a fool, though he hurts only himself. Arouet, the father of Voltaire, told someone who congratulated him on his celebrated sons, "I have two fools for sons. The one is a fool in prose, the other a fool in verse." One, having embraced Jansenism, was persecuted, and the other had to atone for his satires in the Bastille. As a general thing, the fool places the greater value in things, whereas the man of folly places a greater value on himself than he rationally ought to do. When we call a man a gawk or a fop, we take as our basis the conception of their want of sense, or foolishness. The former is a young, and the latter is an old fool. Both are misguided by knaves or rascals, and, though the former still claims pity, the latter draws upon himself only our bitter ridicule. A witty German philosopher and poet expounds the French words fat and sot under the generic name of faux, as follows: the former is a young German who goes to see Paris; the latter is the same young man when he returns from Paris. That total weakness of the mind, which either suffices not even for the animal use of the vital forces, as in the case of Cretans, or suffices at the utmost for the merely mechanical imitation of external acts, such as even animals can perform, as for instance to saw, to dig, etc., is called idiocy, and cannot well be called a disease of the mind, since it is rather an utter deficiency of mind. End of section 22. Section 23 of Anthropology. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Anthropology, Book 1 by Immanuel Kant, translated by Adolf Ernst Kroger. Section 23. Concerning the diseases of the mind and delirious raving. 48. Concerning the diseases of the mind. The foremost division is, as has already been observed, that into crotchetedness, crickets, or hypochondria, and a perturbed mind, or mania. The German word for the former disease, Grillen, crickets, is derived from the analogy in listening to the chirping sound of a cricket in the stillness of the night, which disturbs that repose of the mind necessary to induce sleep. The English crotchet does exactly the same mischief. Translator's note. Now the disease of the hypochondriac consists in this, that certain bodily sensations do not so much indicate a really existing disease in the body, as rather merely excite apprehension of its existence. And human nature is so constituted, a trait which the animal lacks, that it is able to strengthen or make permanent local impressions simply by paying attention to them, whereas an abstraction, whether produced on purpose or by other diverting occupations, lessens those impressions, or even effaces them altogether. Author's footnote. I have noted in another work of mine that by turning away our attention from certain painful sensations, and directing it upon any other object arbitrarily taken hold of by our thoughts, we can defend ourselves against them so far as they cannot break out into disease. End of author's footnote. In this manner, hypochondria becomes the cause of our imagining ourselves inflicted by certain bodily diseases, and though the patient knows that they are merely imaginary, he yet cannot refrain from regarding them at times as something real. And vice versa, a real bodily ailment, such as oppressiveness after having partaken of distending food, produces often imaginations of diverse external events and business cares that vanish immediately when completed digestion has dispersed the distension. The hypochondriac is a cricket catcher, a fantast of the most miserable description. He is obstinate in opposing all attempts to disprove his imaginary ailment, and always clings to the doctor, who has a wretched time with him, and cannot quiet him otherwise than as a child, by giving him bread-crumb pills instead of medicine. And if such a patient, who from being everlastingly sickly can never become really sick, looks to medical works for advice, he grows altogether insupportable, believing as he does that all the diseases of which he reads in the books are to be found in his body. One of the symptoms of this disease of the imagination is the uncommon jollity, the lively wit, and the cheerful laughter to which the patient has often to give way, being thus the ever-changing play of his whims. A childishly anxious fear of the thought of death feeds this disease. Whoever cannot look beyond that death thought with manly courage will never truly enjoy life. The condition of mind still on this side of a perturbed mind is the sudden change of moods, raptus, an unexpected transition from one theme to another entirely different theme which no one looked for. Sometimes it precedes that perturbation which it announces, but often the mind is already so awry that these seizures of rulelessness become its rule. Suicide is often merely the effect of a raptus, for the man who cuts his throat in the violence of his excitement allows the doctor very patiently to sew it together again. Profound pondering, melancholia, may also be a mere imagination of misery, which the darkly pondering self-tormentor creates for himself. Though in itself it is not mental perturbation, it can easily become such. It is, however, a very misplaced, though often used expression, to speak of a profoundly pondering mathematician, for instance, Professor Hausen, when the idea desired to be conveyed is that of one profoundly thinking. 49. The delirious raving, delirium, of a waking person in a feverish condition is a bodily disease, and needs medical treatment. Only those persons on whom the physician perceives no such symptoms of disease are called insane, the word perturbed being but a milder expression. Hence, if someone has purposely caused a disaster, and it is questionable whether he is at all, or in what degree he is to be blamed for it, whether or not he was insane at the time of the commission of the deed, the court should not refer him to the medical faculty, the court itself being incompetent to decide upon such a case, but to the philosophical faculty. On this ground, the question whether the accused in the commission of his deed was in possession of all the faculties of his understanding and judgment is altogether of a psychological nature. And although bodily crankiness of the soul organs may be occasionally the cause of an unnatural violation of the sense of duty which inhabits every man, still doctors and physiologists are not yet so far advanced as to be able to look so deeply into the machinery of man's bodily organization that they can explain from it its application to so cruel an act, or without an anatomy of the body foresee it. Hence medical jurisprudence, medicina forensis, when the question arises whether the act of the accused was one of insanity, or committed in sound mind and upon deliberate intention, is an interference with matters foreign to the science of law, matters of which the judge understands nothing, and which at any rate he should, as not belonging to his own forum, turn over to another faculty. Author's footnote. Thus, for instance, a certain judge having on trial a woman who had been condemned to prison, and on that account had in sheer despair killed her child, declared her insane, and hence exempt from the death punishment. Judges quote. For, argued he, a person who draws true conclusions from false premises is insane. Now that woman has made it her principle of action that penitentiary punishment is an ineradicable dishonor, worse than death, which principle is surely wrong. And from this premise she concluded that she would do something to deserve the death penalty. Hence she was insane, and consequently exempt from the death penalty. Judges quote. But on the basis of such an argument, it would be easy to declare all criminals insane, persons we might properly enough pity and cure, but should never punish. 50. It is difficult to apply a systematic division of subjects into that which is essentially and incurably disorder. Besides, there is little use in spending one's time on it, since the strength of the person cannot assist in the cure, as it can in the cure of bodily diseases. It is only the use of the person's own mental powers that can accomplish the object desired, and all curative methods must necessarily be fruitless. Nevertheless, the science of anthropology, though in this respect it can be pragmatical only in an indirect way, that is to say, can only insist on negatives, demands that we should attempt at least a general sketch of this deepest, though in its own nature founded, degradation of mankind. We can divide insanity in general into tumultuous, methodic, and systematic insanity. 1. Craziness, amentia, is the incapacity to put our representations even into that connection which is necessary for the mere possibility of experience. In the insane asylum, the female sex is, by reason of its talkativeness, especially subject to this disease. That is, to intersperse with their narration so many productions of their lively imagination, that nobody can understand what they really wish to say. This first class of insanity is tumultuous. 2. Madness, dementia, is that perturbation or disorder of the mind wherein everything which the mad person says, though it be conformable to the formal laws of thinking necessary for the possibility of experience, is nevertheless the product of purely self-made representations, but by a falsely poetizing power of imagination considers the latter to be actual perceptions. To this class of mad people belong those who imagine that they have everywhere enemies, who watch the features, words, and other indifferent actions of others, and believe them to be intended for themselves, and to be traps set for themselves. Often these persons, in their unfortunate craze, are so sharp-witted in the interpretation of that which other people do unconcernedly, that we would be forced to pay all possible honor to their mental acuteness, if we could only trust to the truth of their data. I have never seen an instance of a cure effected on a person so diseased, for the disease is a peculiar disposition to rave rationally. Nevertheless, they must not be counted as belonging to the hospital insane, for, being anxious only for their own safety, without putting others into danger, they need not to be locked up for the sake of public security. This second class of insanity is methodical. 3. Insanity, insania, is a disordered or perturbed power of judgment, whereby the mind is kept in suspense by analogies, which are confounded with the conception of things similar to each other, and whereby the power of imagination causes a play of the connection of dissimilar things, like unto that of the understanding, as the real universal under which the latter representations were subsumed. The thus mentally diseased are usually very jolly, rave absurdly, and please themselves in the enjoyment of so extensive a relation of conceptions which, in their opinion, rhyme together. An insane person of this description is beyond cure, since he, like poesy in general, is creative, and by reason of manifoldness, entertaining. This third class of insanity, though methodical, is only fragmentary. 4. Crankiness. Vissania is the disease of a perturbed reason. The mentally diseased patient flies beyond the whole ladder of experience, and searches after principles which may be utterly beyond the test of experience, and believes that thus he comprehends the incomprehensible. He is able to grasp the invention of how to square a circle. He has full hold of the perpetuum mobile. He can lay open the supernatural forces of nature, and realize the mystery of the Trinity. He is the quietest of all hospital patients, and is, by reason of his in itself secluded speculation, farthest removed from madness, seeing that in his complete self-sufficiency he overlooks all the difficulties of investigation. This fourth class of insanity might be called systematical. For this reason, there is in this latter class of mental aberration not only disorder and divergence from the rule of the use of reason, but also positive unreason. That is, another rule, an entirely different standpoint, which the mind is called to occupy, and from which it looks upon all things differently, finds itself carried away from the sensorium commune, which is requisite for the unity of the life of the animal, into a far remote place. Hence the word verkun, craziness, which signifies to be pushed out of one place into another entirely different place. Even as a hilly landscape, when sketched from a bird's point of view, occasions a judgment quite different from that which you would pass when viewing it from the level. True, the soul does not find or see itself in another place, for the soul cannot perceive itself in its place in space, since otherwise it would be able to contemplate itself as an object of its external sense, whereas it can be to itself an object only of the internal sense. But we thus explain, as well as we can, the so-called craziness. But it is remarkable that the forces of a disordered mind thus frame themselves into systematic order, and that nature tries to bring a connecting link even into unreason, in order that the thinking faculty may not remain unoccupied, if not objectively for a true cognition of things, at least subjectively for the purposes of animal life. On the other hand, an attempt to observe oneself in a condition produced voluntarily by physical means, which approaches that of insanity, in order thereby to arrive at a better understanding of the involuntary, evidences reason enough to investigate the causes of the phenomenon. But it is dangerous to make experiments with the mind, and to cause it to become diseased to a certain degree, in order to observe it and investigate its nature by the phenomena which may there be found. Thus Helmont says that after having taken a certain dose of napple, a poisonous root, he felt as if he thought in his stomach. Another physician gradually increased his dose of camphor until it seemed to him as if all things on the street were in a state of great confusion. Many people have experimented with opium to such an extent that they finally felt their minds weaken whenever they neglected to use this stimulant of their brain. An artificially produced state of insanity may very easily become a true one. End of section 23. Section 24 of Anthropology. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Anthropology, Book 1, by Immanuel Kant, translated by Adolf Ernst Kroger. Section 24. Desultory Remarks. 51. Together with the development of the germs of propagation, we find the germ of insanity, which also is inheritable. It is dangerous to marry into families where even one person has been so affected. For no matter how many children a married couple may have had who have not had this taint, because, for instance, they took after their father, grandfather, or other paternal ancestors. Still, if the mother has had only one insanely tainted child, no matter how free she is herself from the taint, she will at one time give birth to a child which, taking after the mother, as one can see by the bodily resemblance, will show this inherited trace of insanity. Often people pretend that they can point out the accidental cause of this disease, and hence view it not as inherited, but as acquired. Love made him crazy, they say of one person. Pride made him insane, they say of another, and of a third they will even say, he studied too much. Now, to fall in love with a person of high rank, whom it is the greatest absurdity to ask in marriage, is not the cause but the effect of insanity. And, so far as pride is concerned, the presumption of an insignificant person to require others to bow down to him, and to assume haughty airs toward those others, presupposes an insanity without which he would never have exhibited such conduct. So far as too much studying is concerned, finally, I think there is little need of apprehension and of warning young men. Footnote: the overtrading of merchants which leads them to branch off into extravagant plans beyond their powers is a common phenomenon. But anxious parents need have no fear that the diligence of their children may be overexerted if their head is otherwise in a healthy condition. Nature itself has provided against such overstocking of knowledge, by causing students to feel a disgust at things over which they have brooded to excess, and at the same time in vain. End footnote. In that matter, youth needs spurs rather than reins. Even the most violent and protracted exertion in this respect, though it may tire out the mind, so as even to make a man detest science, cannot put the mind out unless, indeed, it was previously disordered by finding, for instance, an attraction in mystical books and revelations that pass common understanding. This applies also to an inclination to devote oneself entirely to the reading of books that have received a certain holy consecration, simply on that account, and without paying attention to their moral teachings, a tendency for which a certain author has invented the expression, "He is Scripture mad." Whether there is any distinction between general insanity, delirium generale, and the insanity which sticks to a specific object, delirium circa objectum, I doubt. Irrationality, which is something positive and not mere absence of reason, is just like rationality, a simple form into which objects can be fitted, and both have, therefore, a character of generality. But when this insane tendency at last breaks out, which generally occurs suddenly, then the insane person thereafter raves especially on whatever first chances to strike the mind, since the newness of the impression takes a firmer hold than do the impressions of subsequent occurrences. People also say of a man whose head has gone astray, he has passed the line, just as if a person who for the first time passes the equator were in danger of losing his senses. But this is a misunderstanding. What those people wish to say is this: that snob who expected to fish gold without much exertion, simply by a voyage to India, sketches out his plans as a real fool even on this side of the line. But during the execution of his plan, the incipient craziness increases, and on his return shows itself in its full development, even though fortune may have been kind to him. Suspicions that there is something the matter with the mind fall even upon those who talk aloud to themselves, or who are caught gesticulating when alone in their rooms. This is still more the case when such persons believe themselves specially favored, or haunted, or admitted into converse with higher beings, but does not apply when they, perhaps, hold other saintly men open to these supernatural contemplations, but except themselves, and perhaps even do not entertain a desire to participate in such a gift. The only general mark of insanity is the loss of common sense, sensus communis, and the logical obstinacy, sensus privatus, which supplants it. As when, for instance, a person sees in broad daylight a burning candle on his table which no one else sees, or hears a voice which no one else hears. For it is a subjective, necessary test of the correctness of our judgments in general, and hence of the health of our understanding, that we should apply the same test to the understanding of others, that we should therefore not isolate our judgment, and yet at the same time pass it for public judgment. This is the reason why the prohibiting of books that are based merely on theoretical opinions, and especially if they have no influence at all on legal doing or not doing, offends humanity. For by such prohibition government takes away from us, if not the only, at least the most extensive and effective means to correct our own thoughts, which we do promulgate publicly, in order to see whether they agree with the thoughts of others, since otherwise something purely subjective, for instance habit or inclination, might be very easily taken for objective, which really constitutes the appearance, of which men say that it cheats, or rather which induces men to cheat themselves in the application of a rule. A man who does not bother himself at all in this respect, but has made up his mind to follow his own private bent of mind, without acknowledging the common sense as valid, even though it should be altogether in an opposite direction, is given over to a play of thoughts, wherein he acts and judges, not as in a world common with others, but as in a dream, in a world of his own. Sometimes this may appear only in the expressions wherewith an otherwise clear-minded head tries to communicate his external impressions to others, in a manner that they do not conform to the common sense, but retain his individual notion. For instance, the talented author of the Oceana, Mr. Harrington, had the notion that his exhalations, effluvia, burst from his skin in the shape of flies. Now this may well have originated in electric effects upon a body so surcharged, of which phenomenon indeed people claim to have had some practical experience, and he may therefore have intended merely to indicate thereby a similarity between his feeling and that origin, but on no account a perception of those flies. Insanity accompanied with raving, rabies, which is an affection of anger against a true or imaginary object that makes one insusceptible against all external impressions, is simply a cross-breed of a disturbance, which oftener looks more terrible than it really is in its consequences, and which is not rooted as the paroxysm in a feverish sickness, but rather excited by material causes, and can often be alleviated by the physician through means of a single dose of medicine. End of section 24. Section 25 of Anthropology. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Anthropology, Book 1, by Immanuel Kant, translated by Adolf Ernst Kroger, Section 25. Concerning talent, wit, and the specific distinction between comparing and argumentative wit. Concerning the talents belonging to the faculty of cognition. 52. Talent, a natural gift, signifies that preeminence of the faculty of cognition which does not depend upon teaching, but upon the natural disposition of the subject. Those talents are productive wit, ingenium, strictius, so materialiter dictum, sagacity and originality in thinking, or genius. Wit is either of a comparing character, ingenium comparens, or argumentative, ingenium argutans. Wit compares or assimilates heterogeneous conceptions which often lie far apart, according to the law of the power of imagination, of association. It is a peculiar faculty of assimilating which belongs to the understanding, as a faculty of cognizing things in general, in so far as it gives us the objects of our generalizations. Afterwards, wit needs the faculty of judgment in order to subsume the particular under the general, and to apply the faculty of thinking for the purpose of cognition. We cannot learn to be witty, whether in speech or in writing, by the mechanism and forcing of schools, but wit as a special talent belongs to the liberality of our disposition in the interchange of thoughts. Veniam damus petamusque vicesum, a quality of the understanding which it is difficult to explain. It is a sort of affability on the part of the understanding, which contrasts with the severity of the faculty of judgment, judicium dissertivium, in the application of the general to the particular, the conception of the kind to that of the species, which faculty of judgment retrenches the faculty of assimilation as well as the disposition to exercise it. Concerning the specific distinction between comparing and argumentative wit. A. Concerning productive wit. 53. It is pleasant, popular, and exhilarating to discover similarities between dissimilar subjects, and to create subject matter for the understanding in order to make its conceptions general, which is precisely what wit does. The faculty of judgment, on the contrary, which limits the sphere of conceptions, and helps rather to correct than to extend them, is, to be sure, mentioned and recommended with great respect, but then it is serious, severe, and restrictive in regard to the freedom of thought. Consequently it is unpopular. The doing or not doing of comparing wit is rather play, but the doing or not doing of the power of judgment is business. The former is a flower of youth, the latter a mature fruit of age. A person who combines both in one mental product and in a rather higher degree is called an ingenious man, perispicus. Wit runs after conceits. Judgment works to obtain insights. Considerateness, watchful care, is a burgomaster virtue, a disposition to protect and govern a city in accordance with law, under the supreme command of the castle. But the great author of the system of nature, Buffon, was by his countrymen accredited with boldness, hardy, regardless of the objections that might be raised by the faculty of judgment, although his daring venture looked somewhat like immodesty or frivolity. Wit is more in search after the froth, judgment after the nutriment beneath. To institute a chase after witty sayings, bons mots, such as the Abbot Trublet promulgated in great number, and thereby put wit on the rack, gives rise to empty minds, but disgusts in course of time the more cultured persons. Such minds are inventive in fashions, that is, in accepted rules of conduct, which please only by their newness, and before they are brought into general use must be changed for other forms that are just as transitory. Wit using puns is shallow and mere broodiness, micrology. of the faculty of judgment is pedantic. Humorous wit signifies a wit which rises from a tendency of the mind towards the paradoxical. In this case the mien and tone are altogether serious, and yet you see lurking behind them the roguish intent, whose only ambition is to make someone, or maybe his own opinion, subject to laughter. This is done by giving undue laudation to the opposite of what ought to meet approval, persiflage. Let me instance Swift's art to crawl in poetry, or Butler's Hudibras. This sort of wit endeavors to make the contemptible still more contemptible by sheer force of contrast, is very exhilarating by the surprise of the unexpected, but it is, after all, simply play and shallow witticism, like that of Voltaire. Whereas that kind of wit which clothes true and important principles in the garb of a disguise, as Young does in his satires, may be called a sledge-hammer wit, since it means business, and excites more admiration than enjoyment. A proverb, proverbium, is not a really witty saying, bon mot, for it is a formula which has become general, and expresses a thought that is perpetuated by imitation, and may have been witty enough in the mouth of the first one who uttered it. Hence the speaking by means of proverbs is the language of the common people, and shows a thorough lack of wit in the intercourse of the more polite world. It is very true that profundity is not a matter of wit, but in so far as wit may be a vehicle or hull for reason, or for the handling of the morally practical ideas of reason, we may well distinguish between profound and shallow wit. For instance, in Waller's Life, we find a specimen of the, as they are called, remarkable sayings of Samuel Johnson concerning women. Undoubtedly, he praised many whom he would have hesitated to marry, and probably married one whom he would have been ashamed to praise. The only thing to be admired here is the playfulness of the antithesis, but reason gains nothing thereby. But whenever the problem touched question of reason, his friend Boswell could not coax even a single one of those oracular sayings out of him, of which he was in constant search, which might have betrayed the least sign of wit. On the contrary, everything that he uttered concerning skeptics in point of religion, or the powers of a government, or human freedom in general, turned out, as was to be expected, in view of his naturally inherent and constantly fostered despotism, to be a clownish brutality, which his admirers prefer to call gruffness, but which really proved his great lack of uniting in one and the same thought, wit with profundity. Boswell tells that when a certain lord in his presence expressed his regret that Johnson had not had a better education, Baretti said, "No, no, my lord, no matter what you had done with him, he would always have remained a bear." "Ah, well, a dancing bear," said the other. And a third one, Johnson's friend, who wished to soften the dictum, said, "He has nothing of the bear about him but the skin." It also seems, indeed, as if the men of influence who paid no heed to his friends when they pushed him for Parliament as an exceptionally fitted person, were likewise lacking in appreciating his talents. For that sort of wit which suffices for the composition of the dictionary of a language does not, on that account, suffice to awaken and revive those ideas of reason that are necessary for the insight into important matters of business. Modesty enters of itself into the soul of any one who feels himself qualified for such business matters, and distrust in his own talents, with a conviction that he ought not to decide for himself, but also take into consideration the judgment of others. This was a quality which Johnson never possessed. B. Concerning sagacity, or the gift of investigation. 54. In order to discover or detect something which lies concealed either in ourselves or otherwhere, we need often a special talent, which tells us how to investigate properly. It is a natural gift to judge offhand, judici privi, as to where truth might possibly be found, to get at the trace of things, and to make use of the slightest signs of relationship to discover or invent that of which we have often been in search. The logic of the schools teaches us nothing on this point, but Bacon of Verulam gave us in his Organon a magnificent example of the method by which we might discover, through experiments, the concealed quality of the things of nature. But even this example does not suffice, does not give us the needed advice as to how we ought to proceed according to fixed laws, and how we ought to manage so as to investigate luckily. For we must always in these cases presuppose something, must commence with an hypothesis from which we have determined to begin our excursion, and this must be done according to certain indications, in accordance with certain principles. Now the great trouble is to find how those principles are to be scented out. For it is a very bad way of indicating the proper mode of investigation by giving advice to go it blind, and trusting to good luck to expect to find a mineral mine wherever sporadic mineral indications are found. And yet there are people who have a talent of tracing the treasures of knowledge without having learned how to do so, and just as if they had a divining rod in their hands. Hence, of course, they cannot teach the mode to others. They can only show how they themselves do it, it being a natural gift. End of section 25.
Section 26 of Anthropology. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anna Simon. Anthropology, Book 1, by Immanuel Kant. Translated by Adolf Ernst Kröger. Concerning sagacity, or the gift of investigation. Section 54. In order to discover or detect something which lies concealed either in ourselves or otherwhere, we need often a special talent, which tells us how to investigate properly. It is a natural gift to judge offhand, judici prosvi, as to where truth might possibly be found, to get at the trace of things, and to make use of the slightest signs of relationship to discover or invent that of which we have been in search. The logic of the schools teaches us nothing on this point. But Bacon of Verulam gave us, in his Organon, a magnificent example of the method by which we might discover, through experiments, the concealed quality of the things of nature. But even this example does not suffice, does not give us the needed advice as to how we ought to proceed according to fixed laws, and how we ought to manage so as to investigate luckily. For we must always, in these cases, presuppose something, must commence with an hypothesis, from which we have determined to begin our excursion, and this must be done according to certain indications, in accordance with certain principles. Now, the great trouble is to find how those principles are to be scented out. For it is a very bad way of indicating the proper mode of investigation by giving advice to go it blind, and trusting to good luck to expect to find a mineral mine wherever sporadic mineral indications are found. And yet there are people who have a talent of tracing the treasures of knowledge without having learned how to do so, and just as if they had a divining rod in their hands. Hence, of course, they cannot teach the mode to others. They can only show how they themselves do it, it being a natural gift. Concerning the originality of the faculty of cognition, or of genius. Section 55. To invent something is a matter quite different from discovering something. For the thing that we discover is supposed to have had previous existence, only that it was not known, as when Columbus discovered America. but that which someone invents, as for instance gunpowder, was not at all known before the artist who made the invention. Either may be a merit. Again, we may find something which we do not seek at all, and then there is no merit whatever. Now, this talent of invention is called genius. Hence, this name also pertains only to an artist, that is, to one who knows how to make something, and not to one who merely knows much. Moreover, it must be an artist who does not merely imitate, but who produces his works originally. Finally, it must be an artist whose products are models, that is, deserve to be imitated. Hence, the genius of a man is the "exemplary originality of his talents" in regard to this or the other kind of products of art. Hence also we sometimes call a mind which evinces such disposition a genius, in which case this latter word does not stand merely for the natural gift of a person, but also for the person itself. To be a genius in many branches of art constitutes a vast genius, for instance, Leonardo da Vinci. The real field for genius is that of the power of imagination, for this power is creative, and stands, less than any of our other faculties, under the compulsion of rule, and is on that very account the more susceptible to originality. It is true that the mechanism of instruction is harmful to the growth of a genius, that is, so far as its originality is concerned, since that instruction compels the student to imitate. But each art needs, after all, certain mechanical fundamental rules, namely, such as shall make the work of art interpretative of the idea which it is to express. In other words, art demands truth in the representation of the object which the artist has in mind. Now, this must be acquired by studying with all the strictness of a school, and is certainly an effect of imitation. And to relieve the artist's power of imagination also from this compulsion, and to allow him to let his peculiar talent work even in violation of nature and against all rules, this may perchance result in an original madness, but it certainly cannot be held up as a model, and can therefore not be classified with genius. Mind, Geist, is the animating principle in man. In the French language, mind and wit bear the same name, esprit. In the German language it is different. We say a speech, a book, or a lady in society, etc., is beautiful, but shows no intellect. In such a case the possession of wit does not come into consideration, for one may get sick of wit, because its effect leaves behind nothing that is permanent. If any of the above-named subjects or persons are to be called intellectual, they must excite interest, and this they must excite by means of ideas. For ideas put the power of imagination in motion, which perceives a vast sphere for the exercise of such conceptions. How would it do, then, to substitute for the French word génie the German words original intellect? For at present our nation allows itself to be persuaded that the French have a peculiar word for this special intellectual gift, which we have not in our own language, but are obliged to borrow of them, although the French themselves have had to borrow it from the Latin language, genius, which really signifies nothing else than original intellect. But the reason why this exemplary originality of talent is endowed with that mystical name of genius is that the man whose gift it is cannot explain its outbreaks to himself, nor account to himself how he came in possession of an art which he had no opportunity to acquire. For invisibility, of cause to an effect, is a necessary adjunct of the conception of a spirit or intellect. A genius which was adjoined to the so gifted man even at his birth, whose inspiration he merely follows, as it were. But in such cases the mental powers must be moved harmoniously by means of the power of imagination, since otherwise they would not animate, but merely cross each other, and this can be achieved only by the natural disposition of the so gifted man. Hence, genius may also be called the talent by means of which nature prescribes to art its rules. Section 56. We need not stop here to discuss whether the world is specially benefited by men of great genius, because they often point out new paths and open new views, or whether mechanical minds, though having created no new epochs, have not, after all, with their everyday common sense, always progressing slowly by means of the walking stick and measurement of experience, done more in behalf of the growth of arts and sciences, especially as they never created disturbances, though they never called forth admiration. But one class of them, called men of genius, though better named monkeys of genius, have recently crept in under that advertising sign which uses the language of minds extraordinarily favored by nature, declares all laborious learning and investigating to be bungling work, and believes it has grasped the essence of all science by one stretch of its hands, though it pretends to deal it out concentrated in small but powerful doses. This class, like the class of quacks and advertising doctors, is very injurious to progress in scientific and moral culture whenever its members decide on matters of religion, politics, and morals in an unappealable tone from the heights of their throne of wisdom, and thus try to cover up the poverty of their intellect. How else can they be answered than by our laughing at them, and patiently pursuing our path with industry, order, and clearness, without paying attention to their jugglery? Section 57. Genius also seems, according to the differences of national dispositions, and of the soil on which it is born, to have various different germs in itself, and to develop them differently. With the Germans it strikes out more in the root, with the Italians in the crown, with the French in the blossoms, and with the English in the fruit. Again, the universal mind, which understands all sciences of whatever kind, must be distinguished from genius, which is inventive. The former may be inventive in regard to what still may be learned, that is, a person of such a mind must have a historical knowledge of all that has been heretofore done on the fields of all sciences. He must be a polyhistor, like Julius Caesar Scaliger, for instance. But the man of genius has a mind not so much of extensive as of intensive greatness, making an epoch in whatsoever he undertakes. Thus Newton and Leibniz. The architectonic mind, which has a methodical insight into the connection of all sciences, and how they support each other, is only a subaltern, and yet not a common genius. But there is also a gigantic learnedness, which, however, is at the same time often cyclopean, namely, lacking one eye. This is the learning of true philosophy, which endeavours to utilize this mass of historical knowledge, the freight of 100 camels, for the purposes of pure reason. The mere nature-taught man, élève de la nature, autodidacti, may also, it is true, in some instances, pass as men of genius, because they have thought out by themselves things that, to be sure, had been thought out before by others, and who are men of genius in matters that in themselves are not matters of genius. Thus, for instance, in Switzerland there are many inventors in the branch of mechanical arts, but a precocious, marvellous child, ingenium praecox, like Heinecke of Lübeck, or Baratier of Halle, is of an ephemeral existence, a departure of nature from her rules, a rarity for the cabinet of a naturalist. Their premature ripeness we may perhaps admire, but it also often causes those who help to advance them to repent from the bottom of their hearts. Since, after all, the whole use of our faculty of cognition, even in its theoretical branch, stands for its advancement in need of reason, as furnishing the rule, in accordance with which alone such an advancement can take place, We may sum up the claim which reason makes upon that faculty in the following 3 questions, which are framed in correspondence with the 3 faculties. The understanding asks, what do I want? Judgment asks, what is the object? Reason asks, what is the result? The minds of men are very different in their ability to reply to these 3 questions. The first question requires only a clear mind which understands itself, and this natural gift is pretty common where there is any kind of culture, especially when attention is called to it. It is much more rare to have the second question answered properly, for there are many ways of determining its conception and seemingly to solve its problem, and the question arises therefore, which is the answer that alone is exactly fitting? For instance, in conducting court trials or in resolving upon certain plans of action. There is here a certain talent of choosing the exactly right course, judicium discretivum, which is very desirable but also very rare. The lawyer who comes into court with many arguments in favor of his point makes it very difficult for the judge to decide, since he himself is only groping around. But if, after having explained what he wants, he knows how to hit the point, for there is only one, then the matter is quickly settled, and the decision follows as a matter of course. The understanding is positive, and scatters the darkness of ignorance. The power of judgment is more negative, to avoid errors that arise from the gloom which surrounds objects. Reason stops the source of errors, prejudices, and thus makes understanding secure, by establishing the universality of principles. Book learning increases knowledge, it is true, but does not extend the conception and insight unless reason is added. Reason, however, must be still further distinguished from arguing, which is a mere play with experiments in the use of reason, without following the laws of reason. Thus, if the question is put, whether I ought to believe in ghosts, I may in many ways argue on the possibility of ghosts, but reason prohibits me from assuming their possibility superstitiously, that is, without any principle of explaining the phenomenon according to the laws of experience. Through the great diversity of minds, through the manner in which they view the same objects, and even each other, differently, through their rubbing against each other, and finally through their combination as well as their separation, nature produces a marvelous spectacle of an infinite diversity upon the stage of the observers and thinkers worth their closest attention. The following maxims, which have already been mentioned as leading to wisdom, may be put forth as unchangeable commands for the class of thinkers. 1. Self-thinking. 2. In communicating with other men, always to think, put oneself in place of the other. 3. Always to think in harmony with oneself. The first principle is negative. Nullius addictus jurare in verba magistri. A mode of thinking which is free from all compulsion. The second is positive. A liberal mode of thinking, which conforms itself to the modes of thinking of others. The third, finally, is a consequent, logical mode of thinking. Of each of these modes, anthropology can furnish examples. More, however, of their opposites. The most important revolution in the inner heart of man is, his exit from his self-incurred minority or subjection. For, while up to that time others thought for him, he merely imitating or following a leading string, he now dares to advance on the pathway of experience with his own feet, though at first only in a tottering sort of way. End of section 26. End of Anthropology, Book 1, by Immanuel Kant, translated by Adolf Ernst Kröger in 1867.